Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina. I am Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka Shy Girl. Shy, good morning.
Good morning to you. Good morning, chat.
Well, so I woke up to, markets were relatively calm overnight. Not that much action so far.
No, it seems that all the markets are waiting on this meeting with President Trump and Zelensky and European leaders. Now, Trump's going to meet Zelensky at 1 p.m. And then he is going to meet with the European leaders at 2:15 p.m. and then a joint multilateral meeting at 3 p.m. So keep that on your we'll keep that on your calendar. So in case we have any announcements, obviously we didn't hear much from Friday about what came out of the meeting with Trump and Putin, except for maybe they had some sort of peace framework. So we will have to, we're going to have to see how that goes. Now, we had Hassett sounded more positive on a deal this weekend, and then on the same day, on Sunday, we had Marco Rubio who tempered expectations. So we'll have to see what happens with the European leaders. Obviously, this is going to matter for defense stocks, energy markets, and the base metals markets, and we have across the board in Europe and the U.S., we're pretty much flat. Everybody's kind of waiting on this decision.
So,
And
Shai,
then on
I'm sorry. Let me just throw out. There's some kind of follow-up meeting now with Zelensky and all of the European leaders flying over. Is that happening today?
Yes, this is all today. He's meeting with Zelensky in Washington at 1:15. Then he's meeting with European leaders separately at 2:15. And then at 3 p.m., he's meeting with all of them.
Got it.
So there's going to be 3 separate meetings today. Everybody is flying over. And so we'll find out kind of what happens on that. Again, markets are kind of lying in wait for some sort of resolution or not. And then just a reminder, we have Jackson Hole starting this week, starts on Thursday. Powell will be talking at 10 a.m. Eastern time on Friday. Everybody's kind of looking to see if we get some sort of clear signal or not on what the Federal Reserve is going to do about cutting interest rates. And so he's kind of in a pickle here because markets may or may not be totally giving him that leeway. So, but just as a reminder, that speech will be very important. That will be on Friday at 10. Markets are looking to that. And really, that's the big news overnight is, it's kind of hurry up and wait for this meeting today.
Yeah, real quickly, it looks like we have the big box stores gonna hit some earnings this week. I was at 2 out of 3. I was at Lowe's and Walmart this week, and I think Target also.
Excellent. So we will look at that.
Well, it's coming our way. So let's talk about we have a special guest today. Let's do a little quick preview on our special guest.
Yep. Today we have Marty Bent, who is the founder of TFTC. It's a media company. It's a podcast that focuses on Bitcoin and economics and liberty and markets and everything in between. He's also a venture partner at 1031, which is a Bitcoin-only venture fund. And he also serves on the board of directors for Fortress Technology, which is a Bitcoin company that develops and operates world-class Bitcoin mining infrastructure. So he's a great guy. I've been on his podcast before. We've talked about energy markets a lot because he used to be the director of a business development at Great American Mining, which used stranded natural gas to use as for Bitcoin mining. So he knows a great deal about everything, including Bitcoin. So looking forward to getting his insights on the crypto markets as well as other markets.
Yeah, perfect timing. That's the only markets on the move. They're all down multiple percent. So looking forward to that. And Shai, looking forward to talking to you and him in a couple of seconds. Thank you. We are ready now for the morning gap. We have Pax in the house. Pax, how are you?
Oh, I'm great, Jimmy. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good, man. You sound peppy and energetic, baby.
Oh, I'm ready to go. Only this market isn't going to cooperate with my my feeling, I think. I'm ready to hit it, and I don't think we're going to do anything to hit. I don't think there'll be anything to hit.
It does seem a little bit slow. The equity markets, I mean, we're talking the E-mini S&P's done about 84,000 contracts so far, nothing to write home
Oh,
about. The micro Nasdaq's done about 114,000. Not a lot of price movement either. Let me just pull up the E-mini S&P. We'll take a peek on a intraday chart. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of, we're trading below session VWAP, but it's really kind of a tight range so far.
so I would like. I tweeted this out this week, and I think it was or this weekend. I think I was pretty clear about it. I would like to see this market sell off pretty good. I would love to see. Oh my Lord, I'd love to see a break to at least 64.06. And if we can get under there, then every 50 points down to 62. I'm sorry, 64.02 down to 62.06. If we can make it down to 60.10, that's a dip I'd buy. I'd buy them with both hands and feet. We had a lot of people got shook out of longs, obviously, and shook out of a lot of big positions back during the taper tantrum early on in the year that really have not, especially reestablished those positions. If we can get a little bit of a relief valve, break down there and shake out some weak longs, and any of those major dips down to 60.10, the quarterly pivot at 62.06, I think that could bring some really good tradable momentum back. In the meanwhile, this week, today is a hurry up and wait scenario for the meetings with President Trump, Zelensky, and the European leaders, and then tomorrow nothing until Wednesday with the Fed minutes, if that'll do anything, and ISM and some other numbers out Thursday and Friday morning, and then wait for Jackson Hole. So a hurry up and wait scenario. That means that I don't think the market is going to do much. If we do, I'll trade it. But looking for those, like we talked about Friday, looking for those small rotations, looking for 15-point rotations in the S&P and 65-point rotations from the opening range in the NASDAQ. We might get some tradable activity that way. But
Yeah.
otherwise, we're sitting.
Yeah, I mean, Pax, when I find myself in times of trouble, I go to the PAX lines and I see this 64.42. And time again, this has been important. Yeah, we had this. If you go all the way back here to the 28th, you see we kind of penetrated through it, but we couldn't close above it. So what I would do in this particular case and say, all right, there's some resistance there, right,
Yep.
right in that area there where you're, and I would draw it across right there, and I'd say, okay, sometimes resistance becomes support,
Yes.
sometimes. I don't know. But so I think this is kind of a real critical level where we're at right here. I know a lot of folks are saying, hey, we're going to zero or 10%, retracement, 15% drop, all of this stuff. But I think we got to get through here. It's going to be
Well,
tough.
if we got a 10% break, that would be great. I'll do very well on the downside, and then I'll be able to start building some long positions. That'd be nice. But we trade the market that's in front of us, not the one that we want it to be, or not the one that we're going to think or guess it's going to be. We trade what's in front of us. So 64.42 has been a great resistance level, is now a great support level. Underneath here, we're going to take it one level at a time. If you're a swing trader, and you're looking for a little bit more than 5 or 10 or 15 handles out of a trade. Handles means points, and
Yeah.
in my mind, just to be clear, people ask every so often. So we're going to look for, if you're a swing trader, we're looking level to level. 64, if 64.42 holds, then we should rally back up to like 65, 10, 12, right? That doesn't mean that that means in a tradable scenario. In a market like I think we get today, 64.42 holds if we test it, and then we just kind of churn it, So don't look for too much. Jimmy, I have lost more money in markets not going anywhere than I have in markets moving one way or the other, because I can get out. and I can reverse my position. If the market's rallying and I'm on the wrong side of it, I can get out and get long. In a market sitting, I have lost more money through the years trading a market sitting and being overly aggressive in markets not going anywhere than I have in any other kind of market. So I really, really shy away from trading churning markets. And I hate dreaded creeping rallies. I can't stand them. We talked about that on Friday. So, but that doesn't, I love volatility, or I love markets with momentum. Markets that just kind of sit is not my bailiwick. I know that for some of you younger traders that aren't used to those big momentum trades, either downside or upside, doesn't matter to me, that this is more your bailiwick. It's not mine. But that doesn't mean that you cannot pull money out of the market. Every price change is another opportunity. Is it an opportunity to take a long, take a short, go big, go smaller, not at all? Well, for me, I think I'll take it as an opportunity to watch and learn and get ready for what's going to happen later on this week or today, maybe with the with the meeting with the on Ukraine.
Well, I mean, we've had a 30 handle range so far. If you go all the way to the top here, 84, we'll round it up to 85 just so my math, it's easier for me for the math. We'll go all the way down to 55. It's about a 30 point or 30 handle move so far. And all of it happened right here, right before the London initial balance. Most of it happened in this big red candle here. That was 2 o'clock in the morning. That's pretty much when Frankfurt, Germany opened up, in the DAX and the Eurobond and all those. So then we get just kind of stuck, right? We just stuck sideways here, creating a point of control right where we're at right now. It's 64.25, and it's just totally sideways. Will it change during the open? I don't know. That's the million-dollar question, right?
Well, we'll see. So 84 is a good high. 64, 84 is a good. I don't usually put too much credence into overnight highs and lows, but 64, 84 is a good high, an overnight high, I think, because of the fact that the DAX in Germany opened on their highs and kind of broke a little bit, and that would that's kind of a bearish look until we take it out. But also 84, 86 is kind of a pivotal intraday level. So if we get up to 64, 84, 86, you guys who like to sell rallies, that might be a good spot to take a quick short with a stop just above 86, maybe 87. Keep those stops tight because these are unforgiving markets. If you spend money in these markets, don't take a trade to get it back. This should be an unforgiving market until after we know what's going to happen with until we have a more insight into what's going to happen with Ukraine. So make sure you keep your, remember I say expenses and not losses. So make sure you keep your expenses, your market expenses, in line with what you can make when you pay for your trade. So keep it tight.
Yeah, that's great advice for sure. So we'll see what happens there. Let's just pivot over to the NASDAQ, see if it looks any different. It didn't this morning, but let me just start with the daily. I'll just pull it up. Oh, I'm going to go to the PAX daily chart here. I lost all my lines. Maybe I put them on this chart. No. All right, that's all right. We could always add some stuff back. But, this is a little bit different, but not really. I mean, we're just marching above that 80 MA again. Not, just tapping it twice in a row, 2 sessions back to back. Haven't had a body of a candle close below that 80 MA since August 5th.
Yeah, how about that? The NASDAQ has been an interesting trade to me. I like to see the NASDAQ lead, in a directional market. And the S&P has been a little bit stronger since June, anyway, since the quarterly pivots were set. The S&P has had a little bit more strength at the upper end of this range. Last week, so that was actually something I was going to tweet about. I think it was Friday, the S&P made a new extended trading hour high of 65.08. Didn't do it during the day. I want to see a new all-time high being made during RTH, during regular trading hours. We didn't get that. The S&P popped off one of the numbers last week, I think it was Friday, up to 08 and change, and then broke. The NASDAQ, which I thought was interesting, was 100 handles shy of, no pun intended, Tracy, but 100 handles shy of its all-time high, 24,088 or 68 or something, 24,070, let's just call it. The NASDAQ stopped last week at 23,900-ish, so that's not a very bullish sign. That's not a sign of strength that they could not make a new all-time high towards the end of the week. during RTH, and the NASDAQ fell shy of even testing it.
Yeah.
So, that doesn't mean I'm going to run out and sell it. And that does not mean I'm going to hurry up and get short here. Although, with the bonds breaking, we talked about this too Friday, with the bonds selling off, the long end of the curve selling off is a little bit disconcerting or concerning. And the fact that we stopped just shy of well, not just shy. I think we stopped at 114 even on Friday. And again, overnight here, the 30-year bond is going to be interesting to see what it wants to do with all of the data out later on in the week with Fed minutes on Friday, Wednesday, and then Jackson Hole Friday, ISM Thursday. So let's see what we're going to do. It's going to be an interesting week. It will be an interesting week. Today's just not the day to go gung-ho into spending a lot of dough in the market trying to make your fortune. You don't need to make your fortune every day, my brothers and sisters, and today is not the day to do it.
Yeah, no, the Treasury bonds right now, I mean, if you use your imagination, I have this kind of a weak trend channel down, but it's a trend channel down. And, we're at that 104, 114 half kind of level right now, sitting kind of right here. The Fed funds tool is tracking really only one cut for the rest of the year, believe it or not. If you look at the probabilities, so it's definitely gone a little bit more hawkish. It backed off of this three cut possibility, and I don't know. We'll see what happens here, but it's looking like we're going to be a little bit sticky here on interest rates. We have an inside bar right now on the bonds, volume-wise, 64,000. Not bad, not bad. But still, it's just just look at that 21 EMA. I mean, we're between the 21 and the 50, trying to tap the top of the 21. This is a sideways market until it's not.
That the way you said that kind of tickled me. You said, well, if you use your imagination looking at this channel, it's right there in front of us. We don't need to use our imagination. It's very well drawn.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. The fact that the bonds have an inside date is actually what is kind of instructing me that the S&P isn't, or the NASDAQ, the indices aren't going to do much. I want to see the bonds were at some pretty critical levels the other day, and you can see it on the trend, on the trend channel, and we didn't break it. I wanted to see the bonds trade down to 113.24. And I wanted to see how the bonds were going to hold that level. We didn't make it there. We're churning the quarterly pivot at 114.07, but the yearly pivot is going to be 113.24. So and all of the moving averages come into line here. You got the 50-day at 113.30. The 50-day at 113.31, the 100-day at 114.09, and then the 200-day at 115.03. So 115.03, 114.14. No, I'm sorry. 115.03, 114.09, and 113.31. So you've got all kinds of gigantic support in this level with a little bit of resistance at 115.03 in the bonds. Interesting. Inside day, not going anywhere though. Very low volume overnight.
I got all three of my EMAs. I got my 8, my 21, my 50. They're all converging here. They're getting tighter. This might be coiling. Maybe it's coiling a little bit, but I think like you said, anticipatory. We'll see what happens today. We'll see what happens on Friday when Powell kind of comes out of his out of the conference room in Jackson Hole, and I think Friday's the day he's going to start going public with whatever he goes public with.
I like coils. I like when markets coil. It gives me a little bit of time to kind of sit out the price action and just kind of watch and learn and prepare for when that coil breaks, and then bing, we spring out. I like those spring out trades. I love those. Like I said earlier, I can't stand markets that sit and do nothing, that don't do anything. I know a lot of you guys like those sorts of markets. It's just not my thing. I get killed in that stuff. So I'd rather sit out and watch, being prepared for a long above 115.03 in the bonds, or a short below 113.31, take profit at 113.24, and boom, sell a lot more underneath there because we're going back to the 111, 110 handle. But when the 30-year bond moves from here, we're going back down either to 110 or 111, or we're going back up to 118 to 120 on the extremes. So that'll be a good trade. The bonds, you guys, if you guys don't trade the bond, You know, I'm tired when I keep talking like I just stepped off the Archer Avenue bus in Chicago. So, you know, if you guys don't trade the bonds are really a good trade. And I like trading the 30-year because, or the 10-year even. Look, I trade the 30-year more than I do the 10-year. So, because it's just what I'm used to. That's the only reason. I know that economists like paying attention to the 10-year, or macro analysts like paying attention to the 10-year. It's just the 30-year is what I'm used to. So anyway, I like trading the 30-year because I can get in and out of the market effectively with manageable expenses. And when it goes, and it's easy to add to them. When it sits, though, you got to, 80%, 90% of the, well, not this year, but 80% to 90% of it, 80% to 90% of trading is sitting and waiting. Regardless of whatever market you trade, you can't always be balls to the wall. Sometimes you have to, or quite often, or most of the time, you have to sit and wait like a lion waiting to pounce on their prey. You need to sit in the weeds and be quiet and keep your powder dry and all of the other cliches that people use. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
Don't always have to be involved.
You pointed out one last thing on the bonds here. I mean, I have an area of support approximately into the 111 handle. My areas of support are just not a line in the sand. They're rectangles, they're areas. And then the second one that you mentioned, right on point, 110 handle all the way down here. We had that at the beginning of May. We had a low also in February. So those are, they're on my screen now. They're targets for sure on the downside. If we have a downside, we'll see what happens.
Right. And those would be the extreme moves. I mean, we want to see the low from what's that most recent low we've got the channel drawn? July. No. Right there.
Yeah. That's just south of 112. That's 111.29 about.
Okay. So
31,
111.29 up to like 116.09. That would be the range. On the extremes would be up to 118, 120. On the upside, on the downside, underneath there would be down to like 110. But anything in between that is going to be a nice tradable, move, or not move, but nice tradable rotations maybe.
Rotations is a good word. I like that. Let's shoot over to, we have time. Let's shoot over to gold real quick. I know you've been focusing on gold a lot. So as I have, what do you think about gold today?
Nothing. I don't think gold will do much of anything either. Those levels that we've talked so much about, 33.81, 34.14. The gold is going to bang back and forth within that level. Let me see what the opening range is in gold real quick. So that, gold is going to continue to churn that level. And until we take out, I like trading gold from a swing standpoint. So until we get above 34.14 or below 33.81, I'm kind of, looking at it from a flat angle. The top of the opening range in gold is 33.92.3. It just said a minute ago. So 92.3. So if you guys are long 92.3s, you're going to pay for your trade and remove your risk at 94.3. So another dollar higher from where we're trading. And then just sit and see if we get with your stops in for a scratch. Let's see if we're going to get up to 34.14. I know the traders, my group, are long it. So let's see if we can get a swing up to 34.14, so you get a nice little intraday trade there. But I think gold is pretty much just, from a more, a less myopic standpoint, I think that we're going to just kind of sit and churn this level.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the bodies of the candle for the last 5 sessions, including today, they've been between your 33.81 level and between your 34.14 level. We don't have a body of a candle outside of those two levels. So again, this is kind of, if you think about it, maybe you could say, well, this is coiling also. We're kind of going sideways here between these two levels.
Yeah, you and I have talked about this a million times. This whole business in the way that I perceive it and the way that I see it objectively is mathematically based. So these levels aren't going to change. They didn't change. For 2 months ago, we were talking about these very same levels, and we had these levels set on our chart every time we speak. 38, 33.81, 34.14. That's not going to change. So this whole thing, the way that I look at the market, makes me look and appear a lot smarter than what I actually am. Although I'm not a dummy, but this just, as long as I stick to it, I seem to be pretty talented.
You
I
are
know.
you are very not pretty. You're
Thank you.
pretty, by the way, but you're very talented.
My
There's no
wife
doubt
thinks
about
I'm both pretty and talented. Well, maybe good looking and talented, but I think she's my wife. Like my mother, she's biased. God rest her.
that.
But the point is that, as long as I adhere to this, it does make me seem smarter than what I am. And so this coil is going to give me some long trades above 34.14
Yep.
and underneath 33.81 will give me some short trades. And my stop Friday, we tried to take out 33.81. We got below it, I think, down to 77 or 8 or whatever the low was. And then we came back inside that range. So that's it. You take a short, you put in a scratch stop. As long as the market protects you, you put in a scratch stop, and there you go, nothing. For example, look at the long right now. If you took that long in gold at 33.92.3, it goes bid. Now you have this, everybody talks about edge, but nobody takes the time to define it. When you have the edge, you have the ability to be able to scratch your trade, period. That is the edge. So we went 92.3 bid, boom, it's 92.4 bid. Now, if you bought threes, you have the chance to be able to scratch that trade. So it goes 92.3 bid, 4 bid, 5 bid, 6 bid, scratch, stop him. Can't possibly lose money. What's a greater edge than that? You've got a position on with no risk. Now, if the market comes back down to 92.3 like now, you take the scratch and you say, we're not going anywhere. I'll wait.
All right.
Patience. Get in the
Okay.
weeds.
And then do you get back in if the opportunity arises right away?
Yeah, if I'm looking to trade it aggressively, if I'm not, like today, maybe I'll take in a couple of attempts. So there's two different kinds of trades, two different ways that I define this. One is manageable and one is easy. Easy is when I buy 92.3s and I pay for it at 94.3 and I take profit at 34.14. That's easy. Manageable is buying 92.3s and scratching them, buying them again, scratching them, buying them again, scratching them. And that's manageable. I can manage that trade for basically just commissions and no market expense. Easy is when I pay for the trade. I have no expense, no commissions, no nothing, and I'm sitting in profit.
Totally
If
makes sense.
if it's not either one of those two things, I don't want it. If it's not manageable or easy, I don't trade. Right now, it's manageable, but how many times do I want to buy 92.3s and scratch them out for a market not going anywhere? See what I
Yep.
mean?
Yep, totally. I mean, and look at the volume profile. I mean, this is
Yeah.
capital P-shaped distribution, although really light volume on this tail down here. The point of control is dominant. Not only dominant, I would say extraordinarily dominant so far, 33.94 spot two. So it's attracted a lot of attention overnight. And right now we're trading a little bit south of that, just a couple of ticks here and there, but we'll see if we get some volume distribution anywhere on other than that point of control area right there. Or the price is just around it, right? You don't have to be right on top of it. There's that volume node, we like to call it. That's kind of acts like a magnet sometimes, and it certainly has overnight. We'll see if this candle comes in line.
I just had a thought that maybe might be worth kind of putting out there right now. I don't know if it isn't. Just cut me off and go back to the charts. But the majority of brokers and FCMs think that that traders are you're all terminal patients, and certainly these funding companies exhibit this. You're all terminal patients. It's their job to suck you dry as much as they possibly can before you go broke. Ninja has a completely different outlook on things. NinjaTrader wants to see you to become a long-term profitable trader. Hence, NinjaTrader Live, right? So all of these great guests, like you're going to hear in a few more minutes, all of this great information, with Jimmy and Anthony and Shai, and all of the great traders like Leo and Stowe and Kane and Tanya and everybody else who come here every day. And right or wrong, Nick for a tick last night, right or wrong, give you their impression of things, right? But the whole idea is to help you become a long-term profitable trader so that you survive to thrive. You don't get just sucked dry. You don't have the life sucked out of you, but you have the ability, or we all have the ability, but they're going to provide you with the tools and the opportunity to be able to learn to keep things simple so that you can make it as a long-term profitable trader in a business where it's very difficult. And our next guest is really, really going to give it to us.
Yeah, Pax, I love you, brother, for saying all that great stuff. I wouldn't, you know what? At my age, in my dotage, I'm here because I want to be here because I think we're doing the right thing. And I love to talk to you. I'd love to talk to you once a week. Wish I could talk to you more than once a week. I think this week we are going to be on again. Maybe Friday. I can't remember.
Yeah, well, yeah, I kind of screwed that up. My daughter is going to Miami of Ohio, and my wife and her told me that she was moving on Friday. So I'd asked to have my show changed to Thursday, but then the other day, Saturday, I found out that no, we're moving on Thursday. So I asked Shab
Yeah.
to move me back to Friday. So hopefully we'll be back on a regular schedule, my brother, and that'll be great.
All right. All right. All right. All right, Pax. Appreciate you, man. Have a great week, and we will talk soon.
God bless you all. I'll see you later.
All right, we are here with Shy. We are here with Marty Bent. Marty is founder of TFTC 21 and managing partner of 1031 Funds. Good morning, Marty. Glad to meet you.
Pumped to be here, Jim. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Appreciate you, man. I was looking at some of your stuff right now, and right off the bat, I got a question for you. Why do most global fund managers they are not investing in some of these? I'm going to call them cryptos. You might not like that word, but why aren't they doing it?
Uh, I think there's a lot of career risk that comes with taking a portion of your fund and putting it in Bitcoin or broader crypto specifically, at least historically. That career risk has existed, though I will say we have reached a point where the career risk has flipped. I think moving forward, if you are managing large swaths of money and you are not allocating to Bitcoin specifically, you are missing out. And I think after 16 years since Bitcoin's launch, it's been the best performing asset year in and year out pretty consistently. And the fact that many global money managers have missed this massive trend is uh, extremely confusing. And I think we're going to get to a point soon where the clients begin to demand that they get allocated to Bitcoin, because what we're watching is the adoption of a new monetary good in the digital age, and it's something you don't want to miss out on.
Yeah, but there does seem to be some big flows going into the ETFs, right? Every weekend I'll read about how much, what the flows are going into some of these ETFs, and they're pretty big.
Yeah, they are. And this is I mean, up to this point, a lot of the wealth managers, they've had a non-solicitation, so that they haven't been able to even market the fund. So I think a lot of the flows that we've seen to date are from clients that understand Bitcoin and want to get allocated. And so they're going to their wealth managers and saying, hey, I want you to go buy IBIT or the Fidelity Bitcoin ETF because that's something I believe in and I want to get allocated to. And so up until recently, the non-solicitation has really been sort of surpassed by individual fervor and interest in Bitcoin. And so up to this point, it's literally people that want to get allocated to Bitcoin demanding that their wealth managers sort of get exposed to IBIT and other ETFs. I think moving forward, I've talked to people at Morgan Stanley and other wealth managers where they're beginning to prep the managers to go out and actually solicit and sell these funds. So there's been very few wealth managers that have been actively selling. I think a lot of the flows to date have been individual investors with accounts demanding that their managers get access to these ETFs.
And let's talk. This administration obviously has been a lot more crypto friendly, I should say, than other administrations. So, can you, for some of our traders that maybe are not used to trading cryptos, kind of do these executive orders mean, and what what does kind of the strategic Bitcoin reserve actually mean for the United States, and how does that affect the asset class?
Yeah, so there's been a wide range of executive orders and now laws passed that pertain to Bitcoin. I think even at the SEC, so I think we'll start with the SEC. Under the Biden administration, there was a bulletin, SAB 121, that made it so banks, if they were custodying Bitcoin or other crypto assets, had to have a commensurate amount of dollars backing. So they had a one-to-one reserve. If you had a Bitcoin at $100,000, you had to have $100 in reserves to back that, and that became untenable for banks. That was repealed in SAB 122. was written, which says you don't need to do that. And so that's laying the groundwork for the banks to be able to custody Bitcoin and then offer products around that. So that's massive. And we've seen announcements from some of the large banks saying that they're prepping the ships to be able to custody Bitcoin and particularly offer products that allow you to use Bitcoin as collateral to lend against. From there, we have the executive order around Operation Choke Point 2.0 under the Biden administration. I've seen this up close and personal at 1031. A lot of our portfolio companies, it's hard for them to get bank accounts because Elizabeth Warren, the SEC commissioner, and the Biden administration did not want this industry to flourish. And so there was an undue or an unnecessary sort of targeting of companies in the space, particularly getting bank accounts. So that's been taken away, and so now people feel free to start businesses and open bank accounts to actually begin building out the industry. Obviously, we've had the Genius Act that was passed, which is more related to stable coins, allowing banks to get involved with that and companies to spin up their own stable coins. But as it comes to the strategic reserve, Scott Bessent came out last week and basically announced that the government is holding, I believe, anywhere between 125 to 150 billion in Bitcoin. So that Bitcoin was seized via the Silk Road and other legal operations. So the government said we're going to hold that, and I think it will be interesting to see what the government decides. They said if we're going to add to that reserve, we want to do it in a budget neutral way. And so how are they going to continue to accumulate Bitcoin? I think it's pretty clear that an arms race to accumulate as much Bitcoin as possible at the nation state level has begun. Obviously, we've seen countries like El Salvador a few years ago announce that they're going to have a Bitcoin strategy. That's changed a bit with the IMF stepping in, but there's other countries like Bhutan, which has been mining Bitcoin since 2020, Russia, whether you like it or not, everybody's pretty certain that they're accumulating Bitcoin. China, even though they posture negatively around Bitcoin, I think it's safe to assume that that government's holding Bitcoin as well. And so I think as it pertains to the United States, I think what the Trump administration is really doing is clearing the way to make it so the industry, the companies that are making it easier for average Americans to get into Bitcoin and use it in ways that give it utility, setting up the stage for the industry to go do that. On top of that, it looks like the government is trying to figure out ways that they could put Bitcoin on their balance sheet to help with this fiscal sort of calamity that we find ourselves in. And I think the last thing I would say here is that America, specifically Americans, hold the most Bitcoin per capita. The most businesses related to Bitcoin are started in this country. And I think Bitcoin is America's game to lose. So it's been really refreshing to see this administration step in and sort of make it easier and bring more clarity to the industry and individuals that are using Bitcoin as a savings vehicle.
And listen, we have Jackson Hole this week. Powell is speaking on Friday. We all know that Trump does not particularly like Powell. He's got 11 people lined up that are all about as dovish as you could possibly get. So what are your thoughts on, what is the Federal Reserve going to do? And, what does that mean for, if they cut rates, what does that mean for Bitcoin?
I think I think I'm a bit contrarian in this. Like, I think rates should stay where they are, if not potentially go even higher. I mean, we had that high PPI print come in last week, and I think it's extremely weird that we're getting to this point where we're begging the Fed to cut rates. I understand mortgage rates are high, and many people don't like high rates because of the government specifically, because of the interest expense on the debt, but I think it's crazy the amount of amnesia that exists in the markets, where for the longest time in the mid 2010s and post COVID, it was pretty well understood that ZERP is a sign that things are not well. Like, I think having interest rates a little elevated around historical averages where they are today is not a bad thing. Like, you need a cost of capital to really drive opportunity costs in the market and force people to make wise capital allocation decisions. And as it pertains to Bitcoin, I think that's the beauty of Bitcoin. It is sort of removed from this. There was a meme for the longest time that Bitcoin is dependent on, it's just an interest rate phenomenon. It's going up because interest rates are low and cash is flooding the market. But I think over the last 3 years, that simply hasn't been true. Bitcoin's hit a new all-time high with rates relatively elevated from a historical context of Bitcoin's 16-year life cycle. Excuse me. And I think most importantly, like Bitcoin juxtaposed to what we're discussing now, like we're literally waiting to hear comments from the Federal Reserve Board and Jackson Hole in the month that they don't make a policy decision. And this is why Bitcoin exists. Is like we shouldn't have to all sit here and speculate about what a few men are going to do in Wyoming later this month. Like the monetary system of the world shouldn't be dependent on a few individuals. You should understand how it works out of the box, and that's what Bitcoin provides the world, is a clear, transparent, and open monetary policy. You know how much Bitcoin's ever going to exist. You know when it's going to be distributed to the market. You understand the rules of the protocol, and you juxtapose that to the Fed, where we're sitting here trying to speculate who's dovish, who's hawkish, what's going to happen, what's the relation, what's the Fed's decision going to, how's that going to affect markets, particularly yields. And that's another thing that I think everybody's really adamant about getting rates lower, thinking that the government specifically thinking that it's going to bring the long end of the yield curve down, which I think last year, another case of amnesia, we brought rates lower and the 10-year went in the opposite direction. So how does what's happening in Jackson Hole and the future Fed decisions, particularly next month, what's it mean for Bitcoin? I think it's just like a glaring endorsement of why Bitcoin exists. Like we shouldn't be operating a global monetary system like this.
So Marty, we're futures traders, and we've been focusing on Bitcoin, ETH, which has had tremendous volume lately. Sol and Ripple now is in our kind of portfolio of markets to look at. And so when thinking about ETH and Sol, they kind of compete against each other, right? For smart contracts and apps. Is this going to be a case of, at the end of the day, is this like Google versus Bing, or is there some real competition here?
No, I think it's like CompuServe versus AOL with those two particularly. I think what people like what people really misunderstand in the world of crypto broader, like I'm what many would consider a Bitcoin maximalist, and um I think many people misunderstand the competition here. People think these blockchains compete on tech features, like how fast can you do transactions, what smart contracting capabilities do you have DeFi, and at the end of the day, that's all noise. These blockchains, these cryptocurrencies, they compete on monetary properties. Who has the best monetary policy, the best monetary network from a literal network perspective, and anything, whether it's ETH, Solana, Ripple, nothing compares to Bitcoin. Bitcoin's the most distributed, it's the most decentralized. It's got the most energy focused on the network. And so when it comes to like ETH, Solana versus Ripple, I think what we're experiencing is like a temporary early .com like competition of sort of centralized, not closed source, but like centralized sort of competition versus the open internet. Like Bitcoin is TCP/IP, Ethereum, Solana, they're like CompuServe, AOL, and ultimately, I think a decade from now, we'll look back and look at them as funny experiments. But to answer your question about ETH versus Solana specifically, Ethereum has a problem. We're trying to compete with Bitcoin and Solana at the same time, and it's worse than both. Like Bitcoin is really good money, and Solana is trying to be really fast and really good at smart contracting. And Ethereum's trying to do both at the same time, and it suffers because of that. I think ETH, Solana, Ripple, we're at that part of the cycle where we'll probably see the prices go up, but inevitably they will fall, particularly against Bitcoin. So when you're comparing these other cryptocurrencies to Bitcoin, I think it's really important not to look at the US dollar charts, but look at how they trade against Bitcoin over time. So Ethereum's all-time high in the Bitcoin pair was in July of 2017. I think it hit like 0.15 Bitcoin per ETH, and now it's at like 0.04, zero point zero 0.05, and it's never retained that all-time high that it hit in 2017. And I think you'll see that happen with Solana, Ripple, and others as well.
Got it. Shai, any last second thoughts for Marty? We're running out of time in the segment.
So just anything new, we should keep an eye out on the horizon for Bitcoin.
I do, going back to the conversation of competing on monetary properties, not tech properties. With that being said, like Bitcoin, it's focused on the front order of operations of the ultimate success of creating a new money, which is we need to be secure, distributed. We need wallet infrastructure, exchange infrastructure, financial services. It's building out all that. And while many people are focused on smart contracting on Ethereum and Solana and other blockchains, what's happening slowly in the background on Bitcoin is these features are beginning to materialize on second layers. And so I think over the next few years, we're going to see second layer solutions on Bitcoin really bring the utility that people are very excited about on Ethereum and Solana on Bitcoin. We've had 2 or 3 new second layers launch in the last 6 months that are really promising. And when everybody says that Bitcoin's slow, stupid, dumb, boring, I think they're really missing the forest for the trees. It's just a project that's being built out methodically in what I would deem to be in the correct way, which is slow and steady. And I think when it comes to those tech features that everybody else is competing over and trying to be the best at and making the trade-off of centralization versus decentralization to achieve, Bitcoin is doing it the right way, slowly but surely in the background. And I think people will be really surprised with what you can do on top of Bitcoin, particularly from a competitive perspective with these other blockchains. I think they'll be surprised to the upside that Bitcoin will be able to do a lot of what these things are doing just the right way.
Very awesome. Marty, thank you so much for spending time with us this morning. Marty Bent, founder of TFTC 21 and managing partner of 10331 Funds. We'll cut and paste your X into the chat. Appreciate you. Pleasure meeting you. Looking forward to speaking to you again.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jack.
Thanks.
Yeah, he's super knowledgeable, man. He's a super Bitcoin fan for sure, but super knowledgeable.
He is a Bitcoin yeah, he's a Bitcoin maxi for sure. But I learn something new every time I talk to him. So
yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Looking forward to talking to him again. Well, thank you, Shai. Appreciate you as well.
Thank you.
All right, we are ready for Tape Talk with the man, Pharm, from somewhere in Arizona. Pharm, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself, Jim?
I'm doing pretty good. Can't complain. Feel good for Monday. Usually Mondays I'm a little foggy, but not today. I think we're powered up and ready to go, man. Let's just get right into it. Let's start talking about the markets. Let's pull up some farm charts here.
Yeah, I think this should be an interesting week. And so I'm starting off with that same exact simple box chart that I had, I think maybe 4 weeks ago when I got back from Michigan, because I think that's the major focus for this week is, do we sustain above, the spot here, which is 64.51. We basically have this kind of 3-day consolidation balance sitting right above it, right? So 64.60s is kind of the bottom of this range on a cash hour basis. And so, in general, if we lose these 64.60s, and we've been flirting with it, all morning, seems like we've been here for hours, certainly since I woke up. If we lose that spot, then it brings in some risk, if we get traction down through 64.50s. If we get a quick sweep out of these lows, which we have on an overnight basis, we've, taken Wednesday, Thursday, Friday cash hour lows anyways. We didn't take out that ETH low yet, but if we just get a failed push down through the lows of those 3 days and find a rip back up towards this overnight high, it's not going to be a bad look at all. The overnight high basically is at an extremely key location for me. So I would say traction above the overnight high, and you don't have to worry about this. But the risk here, though, if you get back into this box and we're getting traction down through 64.51, you can look at it and say, like, worst case scenario, there is potential for coming down to the bottom of the range. But Last week, as we broke out, I talked about 6430s as being, sort of an area to carry forward for this breakout as a potential trap spot. So I'll kind of drill into my 30 here, and we'll take a look at that. So, I mean, you can see the lower edge of last week's distribution sitting right here at the 60. I'm using 60 to 63. You've got the first trap spot from last week, 51 to 54. That was the back test. It was not on a cash hours basis, but it held. So it's hard to be too bearish that, right? And now here we are at the bottom of the effective range for last week. So, as long as we're holding this spot today, call it 64.60 if you like, then there's nothing doing. The concern here is that NQ looks pretty topped out. We talked about that last week with Delhi. I think it was Thursday, maybe. I mean, it's got a good high, and it's given back a significant amount of volume from last week's upper distribution. So it looks to be at risk, but I mean, it's NQ. It can flip on a moment's notice and flip that relative strength right back. ES does not have a good high. It's got an ETH high, but I'm not a purist when it comes to that perspective. I think July 2023 major high was an ETH high. Actually, I'm sure of it. In ES 2024 might have been. And then obviously we have a year-to-date low that's ETH. So like it happens. I will say bulls tend to get away with it a little bit more than bears do, right? Because this market is designed to go up and to the right. But I mean, if ES had a similar high to NQ, I'd probably be a little bit more bearish. But NQ also came down into a key structural location that could serve as like a perfect daily high or low. So I think it's going to be a tricky week this week. We've got Jackson Hole. I think it's going to be very trappy. I mean, you already saw that overnight, right? You got this opening drive that was just like, I don't know what that was. I mean, I didn't even really see a reason over the weekend. Maybe I missed some news. I was up north all week to like panic cover the open. Like I didn't see any of that, but it ran right up into this 64, 83, 86 spot. And then just got stomped. And then same thing on NQ. I'm using 869 to 885 on NQ for this week. So that's the line that bulls need to reclaim. But it has stayed heavy in here. But again, that's your first move. Do we get a clean breakaway from this primary distribution from last week? Do we get a breakaway to the downside, or do we remain sticky in here? I do think it's funny that the way that ES made a new high was basically like Berkshire bought some United, which is like, really? I mean, I'm in 240s on United, so keep buying it, but like, I don't know. The Dow just went on an absolute face ripper with that. So a lot of the non-tech components in ES kind of went a little bit crazy, while NQ remained heavy. Yeah. And so, this 60 spot, if you remember last week, I'm going to tweak my NQ levels, but I'll flip over to it just real quick and
yeah, wait, before you do that though, let me just mention one thing I saw on the E-mini S&P daily chart. I've been tracking volume profile for like the month of August. I usually don't do this, like track it for this long, but I have been tracking it. And we got just the dominant volume node is actually at 64.79, 64.80-ish, which, is pretty close to where we're at right now. Then you get a big volume deficit, and so you get all the way down to 64.14. And again, this is a longer term monthly picture that I'm looking at. So those are, is this gonna be resistance? Is 64.78, are we gonna fail there completely? Right, that's what's on my mind. And then we get that ADMA, which is around 64.48, as kind of a place where, real failure could happen after that. So that's just kind of what I'm thinking on a longer term basis. But we can go ahead and pivot to the NASI.
Yeah, no, I mean, I really like looking at that monthly. It's really clean on ES. If you just look at like big pictures, big picture, if you lose the 64.60s, you're probably coming down to 64.30s, barring a trap. Again, there's plenty of trap spots. You lose the 30s, you're probably coming down to like 63.80s. It's very, very clean on a monthly profile. So I think that's a good one to call out, because I was definitely looking at that for just a very high level view. Wanted to flip that NQ just for a quick second. And I know most of the guys at Orderflow cover NQ, so I'll mostly focus on ES for sure. But you see this offer up here in the 880s. I mean, it was just like dip buy everything 880s. I think Stowe longed it at least 420 times from above for sure, right? And then we finally got that liquidation break. It was offered, and we saw some weakness, and it remains offered here overnight. So that to me is like 64.60s on ES. So like, was NQ sending, sort of leading, and we're going to see the same thing happen in ES. Obviously, we don't know, but that again is first order of business for ES, and it continues to hold here, though it is very heavy. So like, I woke up thinking like, okay, this is really heavy into this spot, but sellers aren't really getting anywhere either. So I mean, there's the possibility that this is your classic Emperor Palpatine here, where overnight bulls are just too weak, and then we open, it's unlimited power, we just rip right back up. We've got this just huge low volume. It's like a low volume maw. You can't even call it a node here in this profile. And it's not even singles. Like, that's what's hilarious about it, is that we traded through it at the open on that big squeeze and then back down through. So that could be a really awkward range to navigate. But I mean, again, like, I'm leaning long against these 60s until that's proven wrong. And then from there, if we do offer those 60s and get a liquidation break on ES, I mean, you're probably not going to hold this 51 to 54 spot again, which would be that proper back test. Maybe we do. I'd still be looking in there, but I'd be looking more towards probably 31 to 35. But like, there are just so many potential trap spots in here where you could see, okay, we finally lost the 60s. We've lost this 3-day balance. We've lost 51. We're back into that, 6-week range. I'm just going to buy every put in the world. And then, these 30s just kind of rip it right back up above 60. And that's just going to look like a huge, huge trap. And probably is looking at new highs after that. So like, I'm not really even moderately bearish until we're seeing like lower highs and lower lows below 64.30s. Because I mean, there's still so many trap sellers, there's so much demand, so many key areas below there. But I do broadly think that if we are trapped under 64.30s, then it's problematic. So I'm basically right in this range. 64.30, 64.60 is where, I have my eyes open for traps today. And then, I'm constructive, looking for longs as long as we're holding these 60s or, any kind of additional fail from sellers to break this. And then I'm just cautious up here into these 64.80s. But I mean, above that 64.80, just call it the overnight high. Sustaining above the overnight high, I think you're probably looking at new highs on ES. So that's kind of like the big picture there. And we'll see what NQ does. Does it flip? Because I mean, that thing can flip relative strength incredibly fast. And again, it was basically Friday's low at a pretty key structural location, I would say, for maybe like a shallow daily high or low. Whereas ES is just kind of, balanced chop range sitting above that prior breakout. So today's an important day. I mean, the week, I really think it's probably going to be trappy. I wouldn't be surprised if we make a new high on ES and then, come back to where we're at now. And things get a little bit weird. It's Jackson Hole week, right? So that's kind of the big picture that I'm looking at. And that really translates into, today's plan for me, which was, first order business, looking for a failed push below the 60s to get long. I do find it interesting that sellers have been able to cap this kind of 67, 68 spots, lower edge of Friday's distribution. It also happens to be a spike base from the 12th. It was represented Friday's excess on that low, and then Friday's IB low. So sellers have at least remained heavy below this 67, 68 spot. And they're going to have to keep that up. I mean, you can see they haven't gotten any downside traction. And, if they give this spot back, we get a reclaim of 67, 68. This thing's probably going to scoot, I would think, through some of this thin range here. So again, I mean, that's your first order of business. Traps below 51, 54, maybe down into the 40s. And then the big spots, 64.31, 64.35, I think. But for me, it's longs if sellers can't get a punch through these 60s for today, at least.
Yeah, talk about some gamma levels for a second here. I mean, we have JAX1 sitting right at the S1 at 64.50 on the downside. Go a little bit further down, and we have this calculation called one day min by Mentor Q. That's really, these measurements are really good. Right down by put support at 64.25. So those could be targets on the downside as well. Should we kind of break out of this kind of small range we have going on so far?
Yeah, and I'll just add on NQ. I mean, the one thing I'm looking for is that, I mean, again, Friday's low is at a pretty key structural location. I wouldn't even mind one more sweep of even those lows down into these 700s. I think if you offer 700s, it's probably a bit of trouble there. But I see traps on NQ as well everywhere I look. And to me, that would be a good way for it to flip some relative strength, just be it pushing into like 720s, 716, something like that, and then reclaim this overnight low and Friday's low. And it could flip into relative strength very, very quickly. So I'm definitely pretty neutral. I think you favor bulls generally, and you're still at the point you got to make sellers prove something here.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, we have that ADMA on a daily at 734. I like to look at that ADMA. I mean, we've been dancing along it for a while now. We haven't had a body of a candle close below it since August 4th. So I'm kind of seeing if we could tap dance along that again or break on down.
Yeah, I look at the 9 EMA, so it's basically the same spot on NQ. And then, I mean, ES was just so incredibly bearish on Friday. It got all the way down to its 5 SMA. I mean, it's like there's nothing doing here yet. But I do have some cautionary signs up. I mean, again, NQ, the high looks pretty decent. So we'll see if that translates into anything on ES as well, and if we get these indices moving together.
All right. Great stuff, Pharm. Appreciate you. Look forward to talking to you tomorrow, and have a great day.
You take care.
All right. It is time to trade the close with Leo and Nick. I'm sorry, I said close. You guys are closers. That's why I said close. My bad. We're trading the open.
Hey, today we're open and closed.
Yeah, I guess we're doing double duty this morning and this afternoon. So no fault there, Jim.
Wow, I know. It's been a long morning already without deli. We have no deli today, so it's like me and Shy. All right, let's go.
Well, you're doing great, Jim, and excellent guests already this morning. I can only hope that we represent well today.
Well, I'll tell you what, not only are you going to represent well, I was on last night listening to Nick for his Sunday afternoon kind of market. Here we go. We're getting ready to go for the week. Great show, Nick, last night. Really appreciate you, man. Folks, if you are listening right now, a couple of things. Housekeeping before I get out of the way. One, Sunday night, 5:45 East Coast time. Nick is saying, hey, here's what's happening this week. Here's the economic releases. Here's what happened last week on the charts. Here's tentative game plan. Really, really good stuff. So I really highly encourage. It's 45 minutes, an hour. Pop in there. It's really, really worth it. So again, Nick, thank you for that. The second thing I do want to just throw out is appreciate the thumbs up, everybody. Everybody watching, we greatly appreciate that. Don't feel shy. It's free. You just click on it. Boom, it goes. And the subscribe button, equally as important. We love people to hit that subscribe button. It helps us out a lot. So do not be shy with that subscribe button. Any event, how you guys feeling about Jackson Hole week?
I mean, good, I would say. I don't know how much we're going to move, I guess, until Powell's speech on Friday. I mean, we've had Jackson Hole weeks where it's been volatile, and we've had other ones where we don't do a whole lot leading up to said speech. So I don't have, I guess, a bias one way or the other of how this week may shake out. But for the most part, I mean, ES has been holding the previous all-time high basically for the last 3 or 4 sessions plus, including this morning. So I mean, I'm leaning a little bit to the bull side as long as we can continue to hold 6460s. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how this morning kind of shakes out. I'm going to plan on kind of being patient to start today's session and start the week.
Leo, how you feeling, buddy?
Same boat, except for I don't know. We're starting to see some bearish activity. I think that's been well communicated by PAX and Pharm. There's some good highs that have been tested, kind of retested in NQ, and we keep pushing lower. That 23,880s area, really important for bulls, I think, to get back above to continue to push to the upside. But additionally, there's we're starting to build another volume distribution right here between 23,830 and 23,765. So I'm looking for that as a potential two-way playground before the next move happens, if you will. So I guess I just don't have any strong opinions today But I think we're starting to see some of that, some of that bearishness into the structure. But, somebody might just point out that this could just be a giant bull flag, and that's fine. I see that too. So, yeah, there might be some opportunity this morning to, to look for a bit of a mean reversion, like Nick was talking about, looking for some longs out of the morning open. But we'll see what we get. We'll see what we get at the open.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we've been in a bull market, right? I mean, just take a
Yeah.
daily chart, a weekly chart, a monthly chart. I mean, this has just been a bull market, and then you have that natural inclination to say, "All right, the high's in. We're not in a bull market anymore," which is what a lot of people want to say,
Yeah.
but that's just you're just saying it, right? You're not. That's not what the tape tells us necessarily.
Right.
In any event. All right, guys, appreciate your time today. Super excited about you guys doing double duty for NinjaTrader Live. Remember, folks, thumbs up. Appreciate that as well. I'm going to pop over. I think I'm going to dip into the chat, everybody. So good luck, guys.
Dipping into the chat.
Yeah.
Good morning, chat.
Hey, everybody.
Cooper, good morning. I had a chance to talk to Cooper the other day. That was fun.
Nice. Yeah, Leo, how do you feel about doing 2 shows again today? Like last Monday?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out. We will find out.
Yep. I'm back doing 3 shows in 18 hours. So full streamer boys here on NC Live this morning and this afternoon.
I think you could actually be the streamer boy now.
I mean, I'm trying. I'm trying, man. It's rough out there for streamer boys.
You've got the new background. I mean, you're full on.
I know the new background has actually worked out well. So far, everything is holding and is looking good, and still making slight adjustments. I moved cameras and lights this past weekend just to optimize. I think I said it last Sunday when I was doing my show the first time in the relative new setup, but it takes a little time to get comfortable. Like find your lay of the land of as far as like where the camera is, where the lights are, where the screens are, and then just feel comfortable trading in your space because you know where to look. So it's been an adjustment, but I think this week will be much better. I'm much more comfortable in the space. Still am like trolling myself, like having to climb under the desk to get into the set. But
yeah, do you want to tell the chat about that? I was actually gonna ask you about that, so I'm glad you brought it up.
Yeah, so I made the joke last Sunday when there was the first official show in the new setup, but I basically was beating you to the punch before you were able to troll me.
Oh, like, sick! He front running the troll.
Nick built a fort. Has to literally climb under said desk to access his trading space. I had to be the first person to put that out there into the streamer world so that you couldn't use it against me. So yes, I do in fact need to climb under my desk completely. I am completely walled into this little L-shaped box that I have built. So I go under the desk like a small child climbing into a fort to get to my trading.
That's actually pretty sick. I might want to do that just for the fort thing. It's
not ideal at times.
It probably sucks when you have to bring like coffee mugs or I
have a little space like right where the camera's right in front of me, but there's a little opening right there that I can grab my water and just kind of put things so that at least it's not feeling like I'm completely walled off from the world. But the problem is I have 2 80-pound golden retrievers who love to sleep under my desk. So in a pinch, if I need to get out, I have to physically move a bunch of weight to actually get out of this room. So
that's hilarious.
And one of them is currently sleeping on my feet. So I'm kind of locked in here with you guys.
Hey, Nick is locked in, chat.
I'm locked in and not necessarily looking for longs this morning, but I mean, we're holding the week open from last week too. Kind of wicked down and failed to take out Friday's low so far in the pre-market. So, and that's right around that weekly open from the previous week as well, still holding.
Yeah, and I mean on the volume profile, there is that little notch here of volume build, and if you look to the left, that's the best thing a trader can do when they're looking at higher time frame charts is just look what happened over here. We had resistance, resistance, resistance.
Mm-hmm.
And then we finally blew through it, and now we've tested that same resistance point, which is becoming support, right? So I think you actually make a pretty good point about, this morning being somewhat looking more on the long side, because realistically, for a great short to set up, we either need to go higher to one of these higher levels of resistance to look for potential short, or we just need to, break down from this level and then come back test it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I agree with you. I mean, this is definitely an area of interest for bulls, and we're seeing those buy tails, right? So we're seeing some of that activity that would indicate, there's maybe some buyers down here. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it's always weird for me to come into Monday mornings and like do this stream after doing my show last night, and then coming in and having no idea what the overnight really brought, and then my first raw thoughts kind of coming in, because just like anybody else, I mean, I've got a kid, get her up, start my morning, and I'm kind of just jumping into this like a lot of people are first thing in the morning, and didn't really watch the overnight post show. So you get my raw thoughts last night and just kind of a knee-jerk thought coming into the AM session. And Mondays historically for me, Monday mornings, I keep it light, especially if the tape is going to be highly like one way, like it kind of was, I think, a few weeks ago when you and I did the open. It
Yeah.
just, I tend to be a little hands off and quiet and slower to start my week versus going in guns blazing and shooting from the hip. So we'll see
Well,
how this shakes out. It's gonna be a weird week.
There's nothing wrong with slow and steady. Pax talked about, creating traders with longevity, right? And, building yourself for longevity means that on days like Mondays where you don't have a great read, it's a great idea to slow down.
Yeah.
Our vol is also in the 80s, so
Okay.
somebody asked what time frame this chart is. This is a 60-minute chart, and this volume profile is starts from the, let's see, August the 8th. It's basically just capturing the range that's highlighted from high to low. And so it's going to be from this point forward. So it'll just continue to build out as long as we stay in this balance range. So definitely not a 3-minute chart. It's a little bit of a higher time frame look than a 3-minute. But if I switch over to my execution chart, this is a 600 volume chart. And this is where I would, typically look for trade opportunities. Like, I'm not executing off 60-minute charts. It's okay, Ash. Everybody's wrong. I'm usually wrong.
Since the chat is asking for them, I'm going to grab a picture of the Goldens.
Oh, sick.
The problem is when you become a new dad, your entire phone goes from photos of your dogs to photos of your child and videos of them doing things. So I have to actually go back and scroll for a recent photo of my dogs.
There's so many problems with being a new dad.
It was, I mean, I had that baby shower that we were hosting on Saturday, and me and Violet actually had to leave the house for a while, but she did absolutely outstanding for taking basically 0 naps all Saturday.
We've actually said Noah's had a hard time with being a baby as of recently. But it might be our fault because I think we're busy, right? We have, G who's 6 and super active, and there's just a lot going on, right? So we haven't done a fantastic job of like keeping a solid sleep schedule. And I think the other night it was either Thursday or Friday. She just had like this horrible day. And we were actually thinking that there was something like wrong, like maybe like bad reaction to her formula or just something was going on. Well, my wife, she's doing research and she's actually like, she relies on Chat GPT apparently more than Google now. But she figured out that, she might be just getting overtired, right?
Right.
And so she got an app where, we're tracking her sleep now. And it basically like forecasts or predicts like when their next nap should be. And ever since we started doing that, just like putting a little more routine into it, she's been a totally different baby just like in the last 3 days. Huckleberry. Yeah, exactly. That's the one we have. Baby number 2 raises themselves. I wish. I wish. A lot of people rely on ChatGPT. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been really helpful just for like for my wife because usually if you look up anything on Google like health related or this like something's going on with your kids or you're like you need help with something, Google for some reason, and I don't know if you guys have the same experience, but it seems like it's always like, oh, it's the worst thing possible, right? Versus like ChatGPT, it's actually helpful. Like it's trying to help you solve a problem or giving you ideas. And I think that's helped my wife a lot because she has, like health anxiety just in general. So she's big time ChatGPT fans. Got to get up that sleep score. Yeah, it is amazing how much of a schedule we are and just how much it throws you off when you're off schedule.
There's my 2 boys.
Oh, dude, those are big dogs.
They
They
are
like
big boys.
120 pounds.
They're like 80.
80.
The one on the right's that's his name's Whiskey. He's the bigger one, and then Zona, because my wife and I both attended the University of Arizona,
Oh,
is
nice.
on the left. So 2 red Goldens. One of them would have been a great like true bird dog, and the other one is the most stereotypical like golden retriever to a T. Every day is the best day ever kind of personality. And the
Yeah,
other is very much like his ears are decoration half the time.
sick. That's awesome.
So they're good boys. Great dogs, great breeds with small children is what I've learned. I'm a good boy. They are good boys.
Yeah, I mean, we have a double doodle that we got when G was born, like 5 years ago. I think we got him when G was like 9 months old. And it's so great because now, they've grown up together, right? She was a
Right.
puppy, he was, newborn, and he can ride her like a horse. She's 70 pounds, like she's like as big as your dogs. Um, and he could just do no wrong with her,
Yeah.
It's so great.
Yeah,
Dogs
it's
and
fun, man.
kids
One
are
of them
fantastic.
is like baby obsessed, like loves her, follows anytime she's crawling, he's like behind her, and the other one wants nothing to do with her.
That's funny. Well, we there was a pig in our neighborhood this morning at the bus stop. So
Like
that
a
was all the rage.
like somebody's pig or a feral hog that was wandering the streets.
A legitimate pig. I think it's somebody's in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Somebody in the neighborhood has a pig.
Because for those of you who don't live in a part of the country where wild hogs are actually infested into the neighborhoods, there's a big difference between like a pet potbelly pig
Oh,
and
look.
the destructive nature of a feral hog.
Yeah. I don't know if you can see this.
They are
Let's see.
incredibly invasive. If you didn't know, they're all over North Texas.
See the pig?
Yeah, that looks a lot cleaner than than the ones that may be terrorizing neighborhoods around us here.
Yeah, I was sitting upstairs and then I had the garage door open and it's like, 7 a.m., 7:15. And I'm like, where are they going? It's too early. Like they didn't usually go anywhere this early. And they pull back in, and my son runs upstairs. He's like, "Daddy, we saw a pig in the neighborhood." I'm like, "What?" Okay. It's like, oh, that's all he came up to tell me. And then I text my wife. I was like, "Where did you guys go?" And she's like, "We went to go see the pig." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then I look on the Facebook group, and sure enough, there's a post about a pig. It was at the bus stop.
That's funny. Dio says that the European mind can't comprehend just wild hogs.
Yeah,
I don't doubt that, sir.
that was my ex. I was wondering what happened after she left. Oh my gosh.
So as we're just kind of meandering around these lows from the overnights so far, yeah, we're having a little break here talking about the fun that is our family lives. This is great. So far, we haven't really done anything. We're just kind of sitting around that week open on yes.
The current week open? Yeah, and
Yes.
ES. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you trading ES today?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Start the week, see if there's anything that presents itself. I might trade NQ this afternoon. We'll see how my morning goes.
ES is also at support, and we are getting one of the famous studies that we have. It's the Joe Pinch, and it is giving a bit, starting to show signs of a potential slowdown in the sell. So it does, it's not a prediction or anything like that, but some of these pinches can be quite strong. And there's one at this low here. So I always keep these on the higher time frames just to be aware of that potential slowdown in this selling, and the fact that ES is at the bottom of its balance area and holding it. So just more clues for potential for maybe some upside today. It is the most bullish day of the week historically.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised coming in this morning, especially just after the kind of rocket off the open for Globex. I didn't know. You never know what you're going to come into when you wake up, and that was not the scenario I guess I saw playing off in my head. Was kind of just sitting on the lows of this little few days of balance we've kind of been in the S&Ps at the very least. So we'll see. Let's see. We got 8 minutes till the bell. What are crude and gold doing? Crude's still sitting at the bottom edge of this wider balance range that we've kind of been in still.
Let's just start to get back into CL. What month are we on? August?
October.
October. Well, I just loaded the wrong chart then.
And I talked about this last night, but this is basic. We're kind of sitting at the lows from the end of June when we had that just violent sell-off of a week post conflict, whatever you want to call the initial reaction after we kind of pierced above, I think it was like 80s, and then just completely just melted and settled back into the long time frame area that crude loves to sit, which is kind of around that like 65s to 67 range. So now at the very bottom of those lows, I was talking about potentially looking to kind of build into some aspect of a position, maybe trying to get that value traverse of the other side of this balance. But I don't know. I don't love it just sitting right at last week's value area low, and just the potential for this to melt lower. I'm not good at shorting crude. Are you?
I haven't really traded crude in like years, Nick. I don't even know.
I randomly do. Like there's a random month every year that I just for some reason start throwing on crude trades. I don't know if this is going to be that moment.
Just for like
But-
scalps, like you just
Yeah.
scalp it.
Intraday, and every once in a while I'll try to take a trade on a longer like week hold with building into maybe like 10 15 micros over the
Yeah.
course of an entire session and trying to catch a larger move for the week. But I haven't done that in a hot minute. That was what I was supposed to do with gold last November, and decided to cover like 30 micros in 2 hours instead of holding what was the generational low. So,
And Crude has had some crazy moves.
I know. But
It is coming into kind of that.
there's a lot of support here on a longer time frame, like down in
Right.
these kind of low 60s. So it doesn't hurt to take the stab long if that's kind of what you wanted to do. But I'm weary about initiating like here. I'd much rather see it kind of come back up towards the 63s, and then maybe you catch that rotation back through to 65, 67s for the wider move. But I don't love initiating right here. I'd love to see it back above like 62.40s, 62.30s. And then gold's doing absolutely nothing. Still trading in that 100-point range that it feels like it's been in for 2 months, 3 months.
Try to pull up a gold chart.
Didn't you trade gold last week?
Not gold. Was it it was the week before. And I really don't want to talk about that trade, Nick. That's
It just
not,
immediately reminded you like that. This is why I trade NQ.
yeah. I got an amazing short that came all the way back, and I covered it just because I was just almost assuming the high was going to get run again, which is where my position was. So I just covered the trade, and then right where I covered it dumped. Chris said to hold it. I know, Chris. I know. I should have listened to you.
Good morning, Chris.
I was right. I was.
I get to trade the open on Thursday with Chris.
Oh, sick. That'll be fun.
Yeah, we've only traded with each other kind of in those morning to the Euro close hour when we've kind of been in passing together. But it was cool. Chris and I actually completely different styles of trading, but actually formulated the same exact idea as he was closing out his session and I was coming in. And it was like taking a decent reoffer that came in, but he articulated it slightly differently than I would have seen it, but same exact kind of trade and formula. So it was interesting. Always good when you see different styles still coming to a common like thesis.
Yeah.
Shep. Same, but different.
The delta indicator grouped by points.
Whoa.
You're talking about this guy right here, where the volume profile is. Yeah, it's compressed. So it's a volume profile. It's just the ask and bid volume is separated. But it's also combined 7 ticks. So technically that would be like almost 2 points per block per bar. It's just easier to formulate the deltas when you can group them together in NQ. When if you looked at them individually, it wouldn't be readable. Good morning, Drunk Radish. Good morning, Shab.
Coming into about 90 seconds to
do
the
you
open,
take-
guys.
Nick, do you take broadening formations into account into your trading?
I don't exactly know what that is. Just being honest.
A broadening formation is something that price action traders look for. I'm not super familiar, but I think the way it would look is you would have it would just look like a cone, I guess.
So like a megaphone or like a
Yeah, like this, right? A megaphone. So that would be a broadening formation. The
so
market's broadening out.
okay. Do I use
Higher
them?
highs and higher lows.
Higher highs, lower lows, multiple rotations. Not something I necessarily like draw, but if someone points something out to me on like, gets me to zoom out a little further, I mean, I visually can, I guess, notice those things. But I don't necessarily trade like off of them, I guess. Like I wouldn't necessarily take a long off the bottom edge of the crayon line that's kind of drawn to get that rotation maybe to the other side of it. I'd still would be, I guess, basing things off other MGI levels in volume. But visually, people point those things out to me, and they're always interesting, and they do tend to play out.
JD is short the week open.
We
Yes or
are
in Q?
open.
Is it?
Now it is. I think we had a
Yeah.
premature bell, but
Ninja, you're a hair early on the bell.
NQ coming up and testing the week open, as is ES.
On time for the YouTube stream delay, though. Okay. All right.
That's funny.
So they
But
optimized
they've got
it
it down
for
to
the
science.
Yeah, they've got it down to the science of the YouTube stream. I like it.
So far, ES doesn't want to play ball. NQ just straight rocket.
Moonshot. I mean, we're seeing that bid from, the area we talked about. Give us credence to Nick's Long's idea.
Yeah, I'm interested to watch those 6480s, the lower 80s again. We got a number of reoffers from those areas in parts of last week.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, so Nick, Monday's not your strongest trading day historically. Is
Yeah,
that what I hear?
I don't necessarily spend a ton of time like at the desk on Mondays. Like I try to, if I can catch a decent trade and call it a session early and just kind of watch how we start the week.
Mm-hmm.
That's usually what I like to do.
Gotcha. Is that, I'm just curious because I think maybe a lot of people might, and myself included, so I'm in this bucket too. But is that a function of the weekend is over, it's time to get to the charts and just a little bit overzealous to get into positions, or just a function of like Mondays are just tougher to trade for you?
I think it's just I don't love going in like guns blazing and trying to just throw on like full size and taking a ton of risk as the week is, as institutions, as other people are kind of positioning for the week or whatever it is. It's just like, I don't know, Mondays can just, especially off the open, can be a little sloppy or completely like one direction at times. So I just tend to let things settle down a little bit, especially
Nick,
coming off like a weekend with if there was news or whatever it is. I just think there's plenty of trades to have in a week, and I don't need to, in theory, be chasing back points because I got very overzealous to start the week. It's like just a bad mindset for me to kind of go into if I'm doing that, versus like, hey, if I can start the week off green and then I can take a picture of the chart and just kind of figure it out from there based on how we opened, how the session went. I just have a much better mindset overall to take on the rest of the week versus
I
you
gotcha.
start with the DLL, you start with the red day, whatever, and then you're just kind of chasing the rest of the week and you're maybe kind of forcing trades to try to get back to break even or whatever. So I don't know. I've just always felt when I start the week red, I just tend to struggle and take additional risk and just don't have like I'm not on my game when I do that.
I gotcha. Nick likes to see it open up.
Yep. What about the chat? How do you guys typically attack Mondays?
The pattern is the pattern, Stowe.
The pattern is the pattern.
The market's going to chop around waiting for news to come out of the White House and Fed tomorrow. Seemed like a busy day. There's going to be some meetings with the Russia guy. This is how much politics.
The Russia guy.
The Ukraine, the leader of Ukraine, Zelensky. He's coming to the White House, right? He's
Again?
here. I think so, and JD Vance is going to be there too. Apparently,
Oh, so we're gonna have memes, is what you're saying.
I hope so, because the
I mean,
first
that
round of
was-
memes were fantastic.
Have you said thank you once is still like the greatest quote
Have
of
you
all
said
time.
thank you? 1 p.m. is the meeting. Dang, we're gonna be Eastern, Tracy. You have to clarify these things.
So far having trouble with Friday's settlement on ES and NQ. Kind of waiting to see, do we get a reaction at like the 840s on NQ? 850?
Yeah, I've got that area marked. Actually, I'm marking like 30s, but I see the 40s. I see that too. I see
I was
you.
just eyeballing the overnight volume.
Yeah. With the week open right here and the 5-minute mid, I might be willing to take a stab at a long if we pull back into that. But we need to see. It's just an area of interest. There are lots of offers at 20, 22, 23, 26. They're just kind of stacked up on the order book. Corresponds with that Friday settlement.
It's like a 40, a 50 lot, a 35.
Mhm.
We just wicked right off that week open. Dang.
See if we get another chance. All right, we'll jump in this. Not the best entry in the world, but we can manage. Oh, my position tracker's messed up.
Oh, I don't even know where mine is. Mine moved and I
It
cannot
says
seem to find it.
CL.
I need to remove it, put it back. Is it on one of these charts?
It's probably from that CL chart that I loaded earlier.
Let me. If you want to go to Leo's full size, I'll find my position tracker.
My ass is clenched, I'm telling you guys.
Woo! All right, they got me out on that. that was worth the stab. It might be, there's still, the bids are still, stacking up here in the 93s. I'm going to jump back in this. Give it another shot. Two things going there is I had a terrible location as far as the entry. So, the stop had to be where it was. But I think now we have a bit of a better reaction now that we saw that whip out. There we go. I'm going to take one off at the OR high right here at 17. Assuming we can get up there.
So far, pretty choppy, boring open. Kane, don't worry. They're out there for you.
What's Kane saying?
I need to find someone that looks at me the way Leo looks at a Dom.
Kane, you'll find him. Just wait until Naples. You know what I'm saying?
Not wrong.
Dang. I would have expected a new high there. So I just hate that we're just gonna consolidate right around the entry. Let's see if we go test these 12s. There's an offer up there.
17s?
All right, I'm gonna take one off for peanuts. But that's what requires. Have to do it. And that's a break-even trade.
Man. Still sticky on the gamma, Nick. I don't know. We're OPEX week was last week.
Is
probably
Gamma in the room with us, Nick?
We probably can leave some of those levels that kept us a little wedged on Friday. But I don't know. I have not looked at the option data at all this morning. Some days I pay more attention to it than others.
All right. So if we think about what happened at the open so far, we had a rally right into Friday's close settlement area, whatever you want to call it. Found a rotation down. We retested it and couldn't make a new high. And now we just have this balanced profile because we went up and down. So there's really no great trade setup for me here. This one, these two trades, we're just looking for continuation to the upside, which we didn't get. And so for me, it's just, I want to wait for some new context to develop. Well, somebody just lifted 200 lots here at 75. So that's interesting. But I'm not gonna dive in. As Job would say, I'm not gonna dive in like a dragon with a hemorrhoid. That's something that he said like 4 years ago, and it's famous. It's a famous Job saying.
Did he say it more than once, or was that just
Oh,
like
he says it, yeah, on a frequent basis now.
okay?
See, he's in the chat. He said, there it is.
Yeah,
There it
that.
is.
Oh, now we got
Okay, so he lifted 300, he lifted 200 and then put 200 more in the bid, got filled.
yep.
235 filled at 75. I might actually just take a stab at this if
Yeah,
they
that
come
was
back.
interesting. I was watching previous day low, but we didn't even come down to it on ES.
Damn.
And might have missed it.
See if they come back for this 90 at 72.
Do you guys watch the VIX? Only when it's near 20. Otherwise, I don't care that much.
We're going to try this. These bids are in here at the 75, 72s. It's a knife catch for an opening trade, but I don't know. Super sketch.
I think I've taken worse knife catch longs.
All right, I'm going to come out of one. Put my stop into these 70s. If they break this, I think we're going to test lower. Maybe the overnight low would be swept if these 70s give out. That's a huge anomaly for just this early. Definitely doesn't help with the
Yeah, still sitting at high at the day.
profile. Oh, nice. That's good. Maybe maybe you guys can drag in Q along. Drag it along. Are you using OCO orders? Yes. Just for the stop, I manually exit the take profits. He says it all the time. Yes, he does. Job says that very frequently. I am the liquidity. Fantastic. I love that. Providing a service for you, Jonas. That was a pretty interesting sequence there on the Dom, just as far as like a kind of like, on the spot trade idea is you're just really responding to what happened from
Right.
an order flow standpoint. Somebody lifted 200 lots at 75, and then they came and put a 200 lot bid at the same price with some other size surrounding it. And that's just not something that you see every day. That type of activity, it just stands out after, watching, just from an order flow perspective for so much time.
God, this is slow.
Yeah, it is.
Does NQ want to party and catch up to ES?
Hope so. Hope ES wants to climbed through that low volume node and try to go for that overnight high. That'd be nice. It's kind of like right at the edge of the distribution from overnight right now. 74. We really just gonna sell from 24 VWAP?
Yep.
Great. I think in that case, I'm gonna just move my stop right in front. I have zero confidence this trade is gonna hold if we come back down here. And it's just like we make this high, we can't make a new high, we try again to rally, can't break it. It's not a great look. Not a great look. The thing you can always do on this is just take your stop out and then wait and see if there's a re-entry point.
Come into those lows.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, come on.
This is a scenario. I'd just wait for the overnight low to get taken. Super sus. Kane's licking his chops because I know what he's thinking right now. He's going to wait for these lows to get taken, go for that 10 a.m. reversal.
Yeah, I like to see the overnight low taken out. We got an edge alert from Jim that Bitcoin is selling off.
What's happening to Bitcoin, chat?
The Bitcoin.
The Bitcoin. Nick, have you traded Bitcoin futures?
I have traded the micro Bitcoin when things were a little volatile last year. I did it in a sim account. I just was kind of playing around.
Mm-hmm.
It was an interesting instrument. I mean, at that time, it was like right after the CME had kind of, or I guess it was catching some fire post getting added from the CME. So I don't know how liquid it was, but I mean, it was fun when Bitcoin was moving. It just was not an instrument I knew a ton about and had really played because I'd only watched the actual Bitcoin chart, let alone Bitcoin futures. A little different.
Yeah. I traded it for a while, a couple of years ago, just as like swing trade ideas, just in the micros. I would, look for like 3 or 4 day, sometimes even a couple of week holds, and did well, but it was just one of those things where I was just like tired of watching it, and I wasn't super active. Like the positions that I were in weren't very big, so just like it wasn't enough to keep me interested. If there's overnight low holds, I'm gonna laugh and cry all at the same time. Nano Bitcoin is fun. If you can catch a move, you'll get like $50. Yeah. That's kind of how I felt about the micros. But like if you get a 6 lot on and micros and you hold it for like a week or so and you catch a nice rally or a nice dump, you can get a grand or $1,500 for doing nothing. I guess I should fix this position tracker situation. Oh, it's there. It's just behind because this one is on my CL chart. The CL chart that I just started. Let's just remove it. Position tracker CL. There we go. Nick will be back. I didn't realize I saw that we were looking just at my screen, but then I guess Nick disappeared. We should make fun of him for something, but until he gets back. What do you think? Overnight low, 10 a.m. juicy. I love it, Kane. I'll take the 10 a.m. with you if we get some good order flow down there. I wonder if he's crawling under his desk right now. He had to reset his internet, so he had to crawl under his desk and through the cave to get to his router. Yeah, I do. I'm going to post the playbook. I mentioned that on Twitter last night, actually. I've got everything up. I just need to make a couple of tweaks and then I'll put it out there. I actually shared it with a few people and they were like, well, some of your links are broken. And I'm like, give me a break, man. It's literally, I'm just sharing it with you prematurely, So yeah, I got some stuff I had to fix in it and then I'll post it up. Someone cut his internet out. We need to get security. How to use the tape reader. The tape reader is down here. It's basically just a historical view of the time and sales that resets over time. And the way that I use it is just for context. I use a time and sales off the screen just because I don't want to share too much on screen and take up too much space. So I just try to give the maximum chart area that's possible. So off screen, I have a time and sales. And so that's like real time, data plus the delta by price here on the profile. And so the tape reader for me is just giving me that idea of, like, are we getting to some of these extremes? And then like, what's the trend? Just like looking back. I might be interested in taking along here though. So I'm going to shut up. I might just get in a little late. They didn't take out yesterday's low though. That is not ideal.
I'm back.
So back.
Yes. The wife's first true day alone with the baby post surgery now that she's completely cleared to lift things again. So I had to go help her for 10 seconds. So I apologize, folks. I'm back. It looks like
Did
we're
you
meandering around the
climb
lows
under the
on
desk?
Friday.
I jumped in a late long here from this overnight low sweep, but then I just noticed we didn't take out Friday's low.
Yeah, we didn't. We missed it by like a tick.
So I just cut it down to 1. If we run from here, that's fine. I'll figure out a way to get to additional size.
ES took it out. Oh, you. And yes, I did have to crawl under my desk twice to do
Sick.
that.
The new stream backgrounds look dope, by the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Friend 1010.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. It's been a fun adventure. I've been saying or sending Leo like play-by-plays as I've been doing this and getting feedback.
Yeah.
And it's a process, man, but it worked out.
I have
know
to
you all
say
love
it's a
the
lot better
background
than
TV.
Nick with the TV in the background.
Yeah. This was the TV room, extra room, den in our house, and we converted my old office to a much more presentable front of the house room that you can see from the street with a nice bookshelf. And my wife was
There you
not
go.
sold on the street seeing a bunch of monitors and lights and things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I made that adjustment. Which is true. I completely agree with that statement. The back of monitors and cameras doesn't look great from the street. Let's see if
Kind
we
of a
get
tricky long here. I would like to add, but not right now.
I'm gonna try. Let's see if we come down towards 62s again. And
ES did tick yesterday's low, and I think that would be just hilarious to leave it behind in NQ.
I mean, that would be one of those trades where it's like, when that happens, I'm probably not going to chase it in NQ. And then I just get mad the rest of the session.
I feel like that's one of your, that's one of the Nick bits. It's like, don't take the trade and then get mad that you missed it.
Yep. Instead of doing what a logical trader should do, which is like, put a feeler in there. So at least you're capturing some aspect of the points. You still respect a stop. Maybe you can actually build into something if it comes down and retests versus missing it and being like, no, I wanted to get in full size and I missed. And now I'm just going to hate watch.
Maybe that's your thing, is you like to hate watch.
I do. I love pain. I love making myself mentally mad. So
Nick is the hate watcher.
I'll sit here and waste an hour of my life watching it, knowing it didn't take out the Friday's low, and then not take a trade, just continue to watch price action. Versus I could have taken it half size, probably caught a decent portion of the move, and then probably called it a session.
Right. Time to sell?
That's right.
Question
We're all
mark?
masochists. That's why we do this.
We need to up the likes in the chat. So just quick reminder, if you haven't already, drop a like and subscribe. I heard significant prizes were going to be given away when NinjaTrader hits 150,000 subscribers. But it helps the network, it helps other people, other traders learn about NinjaTrader Live. Just liking it, subscribing, being active in chat, all of that good stuff all of that helps get NinjaTrader pushed out to other traders.
Yep. I'll unsubscribe and resubscribe in the spirit of subscriptions.
In the spirit of that's fantastic.
Yes, but we are on a quest. If you didn't hear Jim earlier today, we are on a quest for 150,000 subscribers for this channel. So please do us the favor. If you're not subscribed to this channel, I don't really know what you're doing. So please do hit that subscribe button as well as the thumbs up. And the NinjaTrader team is going to do something really awesome when we hit 150,000. So be on that quest with us. Maybe we can get there by October. We're about 8,000 away. Actually, not even October. We should be able to do that by the end of September. I'm going to set that personal goal.
September?
Let's do it. We're going to push.
Let's go.
That's only 8,000. I think we could do it.
8,000 people in a month.
I don't know how many we had when we started in March. Probably would have been a good gauge.
Yeah, somebody tell us, how many did we start with in March? Jay, I don't think much, to be honest.
They're going to just leave me behind. I had that chance. I said it last night. The amount of times I was not at my desk trying to look for longs around like 61, 62 to 64s. And just every time I seemed to not be at my station when we wicked down to those spots. So got me again.
We're stalling out here, but I'm gonna hold this trade on the idea that I'm just looking for a place to get more size on and hold for new highs. And if I don't get like a decent enough pullback, then I'll just sit in this one lot and just try to maximize the trade. But I wouldn't mind a pullback into the 67 to 70 in this low volume node. To get some additional contracts on. Put it break even. Okay. There you go. Can we play this Stowe? Can you take me higher, please? Please play Stowe's Take Me Higher clip. Kane requests.
I love how you're trying to summon the soundboard.
Come on. Come on, soundboard.
It's not the way it
Come
works.
on.
Can you take me
boy.
higher?
Yes.
I mean, that one is still great. My favorite now is you doing the impersonation of Stowe for a short.
A new low would be encouraging. Let's see if I can do a Stowe impression. A new low would be encouraging.
So good.
Oh, that's funny. That's good stuff.
But apparently when we started the new NT Live programming back in March, when you and I started jumping on stream, we started with 113,000 subscribers. So we have
holy cow,
30,000 since then. So that's all thanks to you guys in the chat. So we really appreciate everybody hanging out with us and coming on this journey that was Leo and I, or really Leo, becoming a true streamer boy over the last few months.
I don't know, Nick. You're pretty good. I
already had the repertoire.
You're the full influencer.
I already had the reputation of being a streamer boy prior to that.
So you're just stepping into your new arc.
Yes. This is my villain arc. Do I start shorting the S&Ps with shorting the all-time highs for my villain arc?
No, Matt. Thankfully.
Kane wants NQ to just teleport to the all-time high.
Let's go.
Tell me you're long
Kane.
without telling me you're long.
It's probably Kane's fault we didn't touch the prior day low.
Yeah, that was probably him on the bid, like 2 ticks above it, and then everybody ran away from his size. Same trade again with Leo.
All right. We're going to do what we said and add on the 70s. It might be a bad idea, but you know what? They're stacking some bids here at 65s and they're pulling offers. Only thing I hate is that the momentum right now is on the sell side. And we can see that from the tape reader.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to use this little pullback as an opportunity to put some extra positioning on this trade and see if it doesn't run. A lot of bids in the 65s. Just taking fills, refreshing. So that's good. Bullish activity from the passive participants. And then we want to see those offers lift. And we're starting to see a little bit of that, but you know, buyers need to come and hit the tape now. Let's see what we do here. We're still refreshing some bids in the 67s, 65s. Not good at adding. Me neither. I'm a work in progress on that. I have been for years. But it takes time to get comfortable with it. Let's see what we do here. This is looking a little spicy.
Let me actually build them.
All right, so the bids are still you know, just passively entering the market in the, you know, in this area. It's not necessarily a bad sign. There's just no buyers willing to aggress yet. But we're, you know, picking our spots and just kind of letting the market determine what happens next. I like to see what I'm seeing right now. You know, they're slamming into these bids that just continually to refresh, you know, they're continually refreshing. Clearly there's lots of selling, right? But if that selling doesn't start to get some progress and we start to get buyers enter in and start crossing the spread like they're doing now on the tape, then we could get a nice rotation up. So we're starting to see that flip start to occur.
I got long here at the week open in ES.
Nice.
I was hoping to build into it kind of in that opening range down into
Yeah.
like the 64s, but we
Right.
didn't really get much of a move, kind of wicked and filled me, and then now we're right back. So I'm gonna watch this. I may add another if we kind of come back a little bit, but if not, just a feeler. That previous day low still in NQ. Worrying me a little bit, but we'll see. Risking like $300. If anyone wanted a good example of why I don't do a lot on Mondays, this is a perfect example of that type of session.
So slow.
What do y'all eat for breakfast? I haven't eaten. I'm running purely on vibes and caffeine right now.
Same.
I don't do coffee anymore. I do basically like amino stuff that's just a little bit of like green tea based caffeine and some other stuff. But yeah, vibes. Vibes and caffeine is the only way you survive. I've learned in the first year of becoming a father. She's a vibes baby.
Love that. Can we just get a push higher?
NinjaTrader, no, I've never tried that like mushroom based coffee, and it's not actually like mushrooms. It's just there's another, I guess, form of energy that can come from those. Someone
Cordyceps?
sent it to me when I
Something?
was detoxing off caffeine as a whole for about a month, and then I couldn't do the migraines anymore. I had like 3 weeks of migraines.
You tried to detox off caffeine?
Yeah, and I've been on it since I was probably like 21.
Why would you do that?
Because I don't know. You read random things. You're like, let me try this. Let me see if I can kind of reset my body to wake up and have energy a little more naturally. And I failed miserably. Like
Next time you make a some crazy idea like that, just ask me first. I'll talk you out of it.
It was a bad idea.
I'll talk you out of it.
The pain behind your eyes is one of the most miserable things ever.
You're giving me a headache right now.
Again, masochist. I know, guys. Apparently, I do this to myself.
This is that moment where I hate the fact that I added to this trade, because it would have been nice to just sit here from long down here.
Where was your original entry?
Like 70, 45, maybe.
Okay.
I was yapping about, I don't even know what, and we tagged that overnight low, and I just kind of, I didn't chase it necessarily. I just jumped in it. I don't know. Maybe it was chasing. Let's see if this tape reader starts to roll.
Mark, I know I couldn't make it past like week 3.
A lot of delta here. Sellers not getting rewarded. Yeah. I mean, I like it.
Yeah,
Now they're hitting. Now they're pulling, and they're hitting, crossing the spread. If we push up into this high, I'm going to cover the original long, and then I'll just have the ads left. Can we even do that? Can we even just push another 10 points? Come on, NQ.
Yeah, a new high would be very encouraging.
Come on, NQ.
You got Leo's pesky opening range mid lurking at the 790s.
Oh gosh, don't even tell me.
And the week open up there.
Oh,
plenty
Nick.
of reasons for it to reoffer. And look, there's a value high for today's session right there too. Plenty of reasons for this not to work. It's like a nightmare of MGI, just slightly above us.
Instead of a city, like Stowe calls it, Nick is just going, it's an MGI nightmare.
It is. give you every possible like knee-jerk reaction to or knee-jerk reason to short this. You got the 24-hour VWAP, you got Leo's opening range mid, you've got the week open and settlement just a little bit higher.
All right, whatever. I'm taking the original position off, and it's gonna run now. It's guaranteed.
A new
I took
high
one
is
for the team.
all but guaranteed now.
It's coming now.
Yeah, we're gonna make a run today and establish a new all-time high in the 24,000s.
I don't know. It's just like we had that distribution right here, tons of absorption. We rotated down. We come back to it. We just cannot make a new high. I mean, we can't make one here. We can't make one here.
You've got the Mag 7s mixed. I mean, everything's just kind of sitting around unchanged or slightly higher.
All right, I'm coming down to one. I got nothing. I don't have a great read on this, and I'm not going to put risk in, when it's just not clear. So for me, what I do is size down in that scenario and then just, keep my risks tight. It's 7, at this point, it's a 7-point stop. So not risking much at this point just because we aren't doing much. If you look at the top of the range and the bottom of the range, we're in the middle. I don't necessarily love being long from the middle, especially when we can't make any progress to the upside. And if we do, and I'm still in this piece, cool. That works for me. So that's the best thing for me with this scenario is just, take some risk off, take some profits from that long, and just let it do whatever it's going to do. Barcoding. That is.
Yeah, we're going to have like a 90-point.
Thank you for your sacrifice, Leo. You're welcome. You are welcome. It's probably going to happen. Scalping a 20-point range. Yeah. Oh, just wait for 11. Okay. Well, I'll have to wait another hour. All right.
That's
Gotcha.
the amount of times I'll say things like that to myself in a trade where it's like, okay, we're like 9 minutes from IB. So let me just wait to see what the IB reaction is. And then we're still barcoding. And then I'm like, all right, well, maybe I'll sit here for Euro close and just wait until that happens. And then suddenly it's lunchtime and I'm still in a trade that hasn't really done much.
Barcoding is just like when the market's going up and down, like a barcode, like up, down, up, down, up, down, but not going anywhere. There you go. This is sacrifice from Leo. All right, chat. There you go. You're welcome. Kane, you're welcome. You're all welcome.
Thank you for your harvest. Let's see if we can.
Shit, I sacrificed too, FML. It's okay.
Now we're getting a move. Let's go.
Somebody wants to buy my car. Okay. You're welcome, Video Starcade. You're welcome. Nick's volume could come up a bit to match Leo's. Leo is a legend, a true martyr. Is that how you say that? Martyr?
Martyr.
I've always looked at that word and gone, I don't even.
Is that better?
Ever care to pronounce it properly?
Everyone looking for a similar aesthetic to ES's chart today versus NQ with how stretched it is?
I think it looks fine.
I'll zoom in more. Enhance.
Enhance.
It's hard to stretch out a simple D-shaped profile of what is less than 10 points thus far in today's initial balance.
Do you think that it's telling when we're getting excited about a 20-point push?
You just described half of this summer trading for me.
Yeah, fair enough.
Me getting excited because we moved 20, 30 points. And that happened to be one of the best rotations for the session. Is my volume too loud?
You sound great.
I feel like it's people always say that. I'm like, I've R&D'd a lot of my settings. And
Somebody
I
in the chat
it's
said
good.
it's too low, but
Too low?
I don't
mean,
know.
it's possible that you're catching a random time when my mouth is too far from the mic, but
Nick, pull the microphone up and do like ASMR like that.
I mean, we're making a move. We're going to break a new high of the day here on
New high of day. New highs.
Encouraging.
Come on, chat. New highs.
Got that smooth, buttery microphone.
There we go.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go.
Let's go.
Like I said, I would love to see ES kind of come up in towards the 80s.
I mean, honestly, Nick, we're going to be back in the afternoon. Could we just hold this trade all day?
I mean, I'd be comfortable not even doing break even at this point, like just letting this 300 points of risk to make $800 play out.
That would be kind of boring though for the afternoon session. You guys just have to watch our longs from the morning just continue to trade.
I mean, if you don't have a take profit. So mine would be if we don't take this out by the time the afternoon, by the power hour session, that would be not the greatest trading.
We're getting to the upper edge of this new. It looks like we're starting to build a little bit of a volume node here. So I just would be suspicious of getting any higher than like the 840s, I think. Which is right.
Is that the overnight high?
No, the overnight high is at 880.
880, that's right.
840s would be pretty. Oh, maybe we could. Jim, I need a stat. Can you run a stat for this on Edgeful? On Mondays, the initial balance getting taken out. Which side, percentage-wise, has the highest probability? I'm just curious.
I'm going to guess and say
the upside.
The upside is probably going to have a higher percentage.
So in 4 minutes, 3 minutes, we're going to have the initial balance, which is just the range of the high and the low of the first hour. And, people build stats around that range because it kind of sets the tone for the day, as other people would say. And so once we have that IB, we look for that thing to break. And the stat on that breaking has been like 100% for a long while. So if you can just kind of put in your mind's eye, you have the IB low, the IB high is going to be up here somewhere. Odds of that thing breaking and maybe going a little higher, pretty high versus tagging the low.
Weren't you telling me a stat about the overnight highs and lows where like I can't remember, but it was like one of them almost always gets taken out. There was like a very high percentage.
Oh yeah, it's like 98% of the time the overnight high or the low gets taken out. And not frequently that both get taken out in a single session, but on Wednesdays, it has the highest probability of both getting taken out. But it's so low, it's like 30%. The White House presses Zelensky to wear a suit for the Trump meeting. That's the news, folks.
Ooh. And that caused the reoffer clearly, because the meme economy is going to be much lower since Zelensky's going to be wearing a suit this time.
That's not very promising. And all of a sudden, we're back into the middle of the range.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, I hate this trade. Okay, was there another piece of news that just came
No,
out?
sellers were just like, F you.
Yeah, and that happened quick. 8 points back down.
Buy it again.
Like that
Not
was
much,
rude.
not much out there in the old order book.
Tracy said no news. So are we that thin this morning? My goodness.
Yeah, it is. There's not much out there. Woo! All right, let's see what we can do now that we got taken out with the runner.
I'm going to get stopped now on this trade. My gosh.
All right, we'll jump back in. This could be a really good area to rebid.
I'm going to try it. And add.
Started to get a push there, but it then just backed off. See if we can rally the troops.
Just a liquidation back through the opening range and just smells like balance so far.
It sure does. Smell it?
Balancing at the bottom edge of balance. NES.
I just
Lovely
took
day.
one for 10 points. Just trying to manage this. And it certainly looks like we picked up a bunch of buyers on this liquidation right around this range. So I don't know. It's not a bad spot.
Let's see. We can hold above the week open again on ES. I'm comfortable with these ads or the ad that I did.
Nice. Get the delta flip there, showing that roll from selling to buying. I wouldn't add for me, I wouldn't add to this, but just because we are in the middle of the range, I feel like I got a nice piece. Like kind of the best opportunity that I could get to buy this thing if it's going to go up. Adding here would just put me at, just pure price risk from average position. But we're seeing like tape reader is trying to come back through the midline. And, the order book's changed. It's, dynamic was very bearish as we just dump through this OR. It's starting to, bids are starting to stack back up and kind of show themselves, show yourself. What time frame am I rocking? This is a 600 volume. Speaking of broadening formation, Nick, the chat's saying there's a broadening formation, and yes. Broadening formation and megaphone are the same thing. Is that true? Somebody in the chat, tell me.
I would imagine, because that's when you say that, that's kind of where my brain goes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Why don't they just call it a megaphone?
I don't know. I've always called it a megaphone for my friends that like to draw proprietary crayon lines. Do you guys set your stop losses manually, or are they automated to trail the price? I have a set one for NQ, and then I'd never bothered to build one for ES, so I just move it where I would like it to be.
I came out of one more. Just there's so much selling that it's
I know.
initiating right here, 80s. So for me, just again, it's kind of like earlier, just don't have a great read. I've got an opportunity to take a little bit of profit, reduce my risk. I'm not trying to go gangbusters on a Monday when we're not really doing much. And I want to be a sacrificial lamb. So for those that you are long, we can start to push, because usually that's what happens is I cover a few and we push higher. Jim, are you a megaphone connoisseur?
Megaphone enjoyer?
Enjoyer of megaphones? My grandkids will know the legend of the Leo Tiger sacrifice. Jim is. He is a megaphone connoisseur. Megaphone enjoyer.
Oh, I don't love what NQ is doing.
It's not every day I run a 5-point stop in NQ, but that's where we are.
That's some XY stuff.
You really don't need anything more right now.
Yeah, this range.
Because really, if we take this, it's likely to sweep through both of these lows and maybe go take out that prior day low. Maybe we'll tag the initial balance low.
There we go.
Yes, seems to be stronger all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm. Still moving up with all of this negative delta.
Why don't you start with 6 lots and then take half off and watch it run from now on? Yes, that's a great way to to have fun, is just double your size so that when you do reduce risk, you still have 3 on.
What could possibly go wrong?
What could go wrong there?
It was when someone last week was asking why we're not trading like 25 lots to X, Y, and I. And I was like, I wouldn't sleep. I wouldn't function very well.
I mean, on stream?
I'd be like
No.
flop sweat immediately on stream.
Just imagine like one stop out. It's like, hey, Nick and Lee are down 30 grand.
Yeah. I use the example of like
Sweet.
that is it when you have a kid suddenly, it's like that's a even just psychological. Even if I had that much in my back pocket and was that kind of trader, it's just thinking logically of like if I just lost $20,000 in like 3 minutes with a small child, that at any point, the life situations could change. It's like I just can't imagine doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Like a year's worth, not a year's, but like 6 months worth of mortgage payments in 2 minutes. Oops.
Position. I will make the position tracker bigger. It got messed up. I think I got a new version of it from NinjaTrader the other day, and I just didn't adjust the sizing and the text size and stuff. The text color and stuff. I apologize that you're having to squint. I'll fix it.
Yeah, I got to add the new one that was built too. This is the old one, I think.
There goes my stop.
I tightened up my stop on this too. If we come back to my entry, I mean, we're probably going to take out the lows.
This is weak, guys. It's going down. Yes, it is going down currently.
But you know what it could do? It could also go up. Subscribe to my Substack for more details.
Oh, I don't want to buy it right now, but I'm not going to.
Gonna buy it again? Yes, it's still kind of holding up.
I see that. Just give me one more flush.
Can we get a push?
All right, we'll start with a 1.
I mean, at this point, I would just love back up into the 74s and maybe just cover this.
Yeah, whatever. I'll just leave this.
Yeah, this is a pretty miserable open, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we're
We
making
haven't done
something
anything.
out of it. Making something out of it. You gonna come tag me out? What are we doing? All right. All right.
Yes, still holding the week open.
Seeing some bids stack back up here. I'm just gonna hold, see if this area holds for support. You have some sell delta in these 60s. There's just, this thing is like getting some of that response from the passive bid where it's just kind of like reloading and some buying that's coming in, but it's just not aggressive. There's like really no initiation.
I mean, the 5-minute chart on ES,
Is that hilarious?
it's hilarious. It looks like
Just
the
out.
overnight, like Globex. Actually, Globex might have been a better trade because you had the rocket out of, kind of pre-Asia, and then London just kind of sold us off. So there was more movement in Globex. Maybe we should have just traded crude.
What's it doing? Just going up.
Back inside of 62s. Oh, had a nice break out of the opening range to the upside. Yeah, so clearly we should have just traded crude.
All right, so they took out these lows. Let's see what happens right here. Kind of at the edge of the distribution on the day. It's really not super bullish, but maybe we'll come take out the those yesterday's low.
Market's got a case of the Mondays.
It does.
I mean, shocker. There's like zero news. It's Jackson Hole week. Who knows what's going to come out of the White House this week?
Try one. Probably the last feeler trade that I put on for a long. That was a terrible trade, actually. Alrighty.
They took me out. I'll wait and let this thing.
Take out yesterday's low. There we
Yeah.
go.
I was
Flush
like,
it.
let's just let this come
Get
down
it out of the
and then
way.
see what happens.
Jump back in now that we took out that low. Seeing a bit of response in these 73s, but put a couple more on. Fingers on the trigger to eject. I'm out. That looks really good for a second for like a strong reversal scenario. But and that's why I added to it a little more, but it just didn't get the reaction. So I had to hit the eject. IB is at the previous day low. How often does that happen? Not often. Not often at all. Ejectocito, cuz that's right. But you know what? You got to take a stab at the some of your A plus entry setups. Maybe, Nick, we'll have some good opportunities in the afternoon sesh.
I mean, every time I feel like it's setting up that way, we get caught in a 20-point range, but maybe we got the 20-point range
Today.
out
this
of
morning.
the way in the morning, and then we'll be super volatile this afternoon with whatever comes out of the White House or something to provide some fuel for the VIX to get out of bed. But maybe that was your low.
Could be.
I don't know why I'm on my long time frame chart there for a second.
Did ES not take out its
overnight low? No.
That's funny.
But it's going to take out the overnight high so we can still abide by that stat.
Right. The overnight low stat enjoyers are very angry.
There we go. There's some buyers. Is the broadening formation still in the room with us? Is it still valid?
Yeah. Look, Nick.
Looks like it is, just
I
visually.
think so. Let's see. I think we go from here. I don't know, from like here, something maybe.
Leo drawing crayon lines again.
Down to like this. Isn't that kind of the idea? I don't know.
I don't know.
What do I know? I'm not a crown enjoyer. Yeah. We talked about that this morning. Look to your left. This is area of support. I was a little bit early and decided to quit. Decided to give up on it. I don't know. The even from this rally, I'm not getting like V-shape vibes here. So I don't know. We'll see. Kind of a weird morning. It's not taking out that overnight low, kind of strange. Just a lot of indecision. And again, we're seeing that clearly. We're seeing that.
Ash, I'm never picking on Leo. I just, we throw jabs at each other back and forth, all of us. It's just
Were you picking
makes it
on
a
me?
little fun.
Were you picking on me?
I'm always picking on you.
Same.
Because Leo always picks on me. That's what you do with your mentor-mentee kind of relationship. You throw things back and forth. That's why you're friends. Trade-off, I would probably lose to Leo. Leo's not somebody I ever enjoy fading or feel comfortable with it. I'd more likely am not going to take a trade if I disagree with something that Leo may see. Because everything I've learned about reading charts, a lot of it is based on things Leo's taught me. So if he sees something different, either I'm possibly missing something at times, or I'm better off just not pressing a button.
Airball on me on that low, honestly.
Once again, ES just didn't want to party and take out that overnight low. But it's funny. It's the same. I said this earlier. Like how many times have I missed the opportunity to long 6460s, which is the bottom of this little distribution that we've been sitting in since we made a new all-time high. And just another situation where I was actually at the desk this time. The opportunity presented itself and I could have taken the step.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to sit and in the LOLs of your missed entry and watch the thing run. I mean, I tried. Where did I get in?
We had a Delta
34
right at my entry,
like right here. It just, even if I had like my normal 15-point stop, it probably would have worked out. I just cut it early. Morning, Stowe.
Stowe here.
Sit in the green room.
Oh, he's in the green room.
How do you determine the swing rotation value for the delta profile? It's based on the average rotation, which is a calculation that's done on a different time frame. And so I just set it to actually a little bit lower than the average rotation. So like I think NQ's average, I'll tell you. NQ's average right now is 66. So I'm using 40 right now on this. So I'm just trying to get that profile to reset as soon as we start to show signs of a rotation. Can you explain how you find its average rotation? It's just a fractal pattern on a 1 minute chart. So like a three up, 4 down, 4 down. Let's see, 3 up, 4 down, 3 down, 4 up. And you just measure the distance between those rotations on a 1 minute chart over a 10-day average. But you can use other methods, like people use zigzag rotations. You know, there's all kinds of different ways to do it. This is just what we've used for years and has worked.
Someone is absorbing 70s here on ES.
Yeah, I looked over, I saw that.
Like I didn't see the order originally come in. Maybe it's just been someone sitting there with an iceberg just continuing to pile them in, but I didn't see a big thing on time and sales unless I'm just an idiot.
Interesting spot for a market that could roll for continuation, expansion to the downside here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna take a stab at it. I don't really need to have a crazy stop here.
Gentlemen.
Stowe.
Good morning, my friends. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Kind of a weird Monday.
Yes. Sure was. Sure is. I'd like to say I watched your stream, but my computer has been very angry all morning. So
what did you do to it?
Oh, did it? What did
great question. I don't, I don't blame you for assuming it was my fault, because it usually is.
Problems in the chair.
The power went out a bunch of times yesterday, and it got upset. It's somewhere in the process of that, so I'm like,
oh gosh,
you got to find the recovery key, and you got to figure out how to do that without the internet. Yeah, so it's been a fun morning, but we are so back.
Sick.
Yeah. How Ian's doing on the likes? Let me check.
We don't have enough.
Ugh.
But we gave you room to go get some.
Yes.
Well, this is my time to coast. My 11 to noon. I don't even ask for likes.
Yeah, you just feed off the morning.
So just rides it into the close of the afternoon.
Yes, that's right. And then I say, oh, thanks for all 600 of my likes. I appreciate you guys so much.
But he never got those likes.
Nope, it sure didn't.
Yeah, I see how you do it.
Oh, this is annoying right here. Obviously, I'm long into this, Leo. I'm sure you're aware.
Annoying.
Yeah.
Look at Mr. Absorb up here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I'm gonna sell it down to you.
Take it out.
Okay. I'm selling it down to you, buddy.
Okay.
I'm just gonna give you another opportunity to buy it.
Dude, honestly, I don't need one. nor do I want one. I was feeling much better about this when ES made a new high. And then something horrible happened right at 10 o'clock, and I don't know what that was, but
Yeah, that got me too. So
Something horrible happened.
something horrible is happening. Yeah, ES was doing some weirdness at 64.70. I don't know if you saw that ice, but that it's still really trying to party through.
It's
Yeah.
right there still.
So
Yeah.
did you actually see when was that an iceberg? Like I kind of missed it, and then I just
No,
saw
yeah.
suddenly a
It still
massive
is.
positive
It's
delta.
Yep. No, it's 64.70 is a massive iceberg so
Yeah.
far. They haven't been able to break through it at all. Someone's just sucking them all up. But we're coming back for more again. So we'll see. You know, I don't treat those icebergs like anything other than just curiosity. And then if I'm long into them, I, root for them to die. But
Well, Stowe, you get to answer the question, what is an iceberg, for your 1 hour segment?
oh, Dr. Steve Brule, I figured you would imagine that. You would know that. Sure. I can do that. Come on, break this fool. Let's try it.
Leo, what are you going to do with your 3-hour break?
Actually, I'm talking to Crudele in like an hour.
Oh, nice.
Good.
Yeah.
No breaks.
I'm gonna try to get a quick lift in, and eat some food, and come back to trade the
full
close
on,
with you.
It's full on ninja day for me.
All right, guys, you go take your break.
All right, Stowe.
All
Good
right.
luck.
I'll hold
I'm
it
gonna
down.
dip into
Enjoy
the
it, buddy.
chat.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
Bye.
Later, guys. Thank you.
Bye. Goodbye. Give it up for my dudes. Good morning, chat. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yeah, I'm just trying to watch this 64.70 spot again. I had kind of a annoying morning. I'm in a good position now. Yeah, I tried to stay, long into this, but let's go back here. We'll do the whole day. Then I'll talk about an iceberg. All right. So also I'm going to have to bring up ugly chart. So apologies in advance, but here she comes. All right. So as you guys know from ugly chart, this big ugly old mustard colored band up here, this is the monthly upper VWAP band. This is our weekly open. Yeah, around here. Right up in it. Made a little bit of progress in it overnight, but now we have lost it. We lost it with the London Open, actually, right here. So when we lose this upper VWAP band, and it's a monthly, and we're well enough into the month that we can use it, which, August 18th, we're definitely plenty into it. This is when I start to get a little nervous about the current trend. This up here between the +1 and the +2, I consider to be extreme monthly trend. And then now between the monthly VWAP and the +1, which is where we're at currently, this is neutral to trend up. It's not the end of the world that we're out of this band, but it gives me pause. And we've started a new week. Lots of reasons to relax a little bit and try to not push as hard as I was last week. So there's that. Now let's look at where London opened. We were completely below it the whole time until the open. We've poked above it a few times. I'm trying to catch these longs, getting stopped. Trying again, getting stopped. Once we ran the overnight low, I thought we were in pretty good shape, but I mean, we came back and have made a lower low. So it's not awesome. But now we're in this position, which I really like. I really like being long from 750 to try to get a break above this range as London closes. So that's kind of what I'm waiting for here with this runner. But I don't know if I'm going to add to this again. I don't know. We'll see. It's also kind of turning into possible balance day here. So, yeah, pretty choppy. Yep. Anyways, that's enough of that. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Ben. Good morning. Good morning, Happy Crab. Sorry. I am going to change that. Don't worry. Leo's helping me with color stuff. I don't know why I'm so bad about it. I think I'm just lazy, to be honest with you. Iceberg lettuce. Yes. So what is an iceberg? Great question. An iceberg order is it's an order that does not appear as resting liquidity on the book, but is a large amount of resting liquidity that is being executed by, like a program or something like that. The easiest way you can see this is on a depth of market or a footprint chart. When basically what you see is you see price crossing. So for example, it's happening right here at, oh man, they ticked it again. Okay, they did finally fill them up. Okay. So if anybody wants to pull up an ES chart, I don't have one to show you, but if you pull up a footprint and look at 6470 up there, what was happening is price kept bumping into that. It was just filling. There was not the amount of resting liquidity on the offer that was being filled. You just saw price tick, 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 up higher, 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 higher on the delta. And it became a great number. So that number right now is 3,118. I mean, for ES, that's not very much, but for a single iceberg order, that's plenty. And what happens is price just grinds into it, can't move it until that whole order is filled. So yeah, that's what I was noting at 6470. It came up to it twice, and then it looks like it finally filled it and broke through it there at 1101. So. But yeah, it's just a large position that's executing in a way that is not just putting the liquidity on the book, letting it sit there. Good morning, Jim. Good morning, Dr. Serena Reap. Good morning. You've watched a couple times. I appreciate that name. How's the chat doing? Pretty good? You guys getting chopped up, or are you playing this thing? Get a view up on this bottom here. Yeah, I don't know. It's not looking great. Chop, chop, indeed. I'm starting to lose my enthusiasm a little bit for this long, but we'll see what happens up here. Right now, only real target is just the other side of value up here. Yeah, ES has been I feel the ES was in a better spot earlier. And they're pretty locked up today as far as them being in sync. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're just right in the middle of everything, so we just have to wait. I'm certainly not going to short this spot, even though there is all this absorption right here. This could very well be, continuation down from here. But let me see what that sitting at? Nah. I'm leaning a little more neutral than for continuation lower at the moment. Because they definitely put some work in down here. This has reset now also. So we've at least made a 60-point rotation up from this low, meaning that like this leg here, this is not a continuation leg necessarily. Not yet anyway. Within my rotation calculation that I like to use. Rebalance profile. Yeah, I'm trying to narrate this myself to see if I should cut this or where I should be trying to position again. Yeah. We'll just chill. Very curious what this player at 6470 is doing. So mostly just watching ES. Irving asks, the iceberg order is for entering and change direction, or it can be for getting out, or it can't be known. Correct. It cannot be known. It just happens to be a different way to execute an order. It's going to be noticeable. So it's just another way that people put orders on there. Oh, did I cut out there for a second? Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I tell you, my internet, something's not happy. Yeah, somebody hit a car like and a telephone pole up the street last night. So maybe they're just still working on that. Could be a tricky day for me. I'm good. All right. Thank you, Mr. Algo. Thank you. Yeah, but the same thing goes with resting liquidity. You never know the intent of that order. You don't know the intent of an iceberg order. The only thing you can do is see it. That's it. And be curious as to what's going to happen. Was that the market makers? Like, he's explaining iceberg orders. I'm pretty sure there's tons of videos on what iceberg orders are. I mean, it's a pretty good low if it wants to hold. VWAP from the low is kind of right here also. I don't want to add. I really like this spot. Did you really, Edwards, did you really see that? Was it really an ad about an iceberg indicator? I know lots of companies use those, but you can just see it on the DOM if you want to. Leo short that 80 spot. That makes sense. Let's see. All right. I'm always so out of sorts when something goes wrong with my computer like that first thing in the morning. I'm such a slave to my routine. Yeah, I mean, ES is still it's still behaving. It's just testing its RTH open again. It's run its previous day low, and there's clearly still a buyer down there. So I still like being long here. Same with NQ. I mean, NQ has run its overnight low, its previous day low. It put in a ton of selling down there that seemed happy with being done for now. So I don't hate this long until we get back in this -1 and maybe the slope changes a little bit. Let's see what we have. 11:15. Yeah. I'm just going to keep that. Going to keep this tight. I got chopped up a little bit in the morning, but we've secured some profits. So we're just going to watch these two spots, 64, 64, and this 750 spot here. Pretty heavy offer though. Oh, pulled him. The chat, you are inversing yourselves. I mean, there's arguments for both sides of this trade right now. So all we can do is wait. Previous week value area low there at 752. So yes, really push him. If it's going to push up, snap. That's what I mean with that buyer. Like, it's down there. Hey, Bean. Good morning, brother. How are you? Hey, JM. Oh, JM has a question. So we all know this isn't ideal market to trade because it's volumeless. How would you trade this with choppy action, quick in and out for a quick scalp, or using X amount of contracts? Well, I personally, I don't mind trading a low volume market. I just kind of try to trade this as it develops, This is a pretty big line in the sand for me, this whole area. Okay, I have my stop very tight here. Actually, I should change this to my 2 lot just so I have possibility if I need it. Yeah, I'm just trying to lean here until I can't anymore. So this whole area, big line in the sand for me. I don't want to risk this whole area's worth of points because it's like 30 points. That's just not how I roll. So yeah, I'm just trying to buy down here and take profit along the way. And if this ends up being a trend day down out of nowhere, then that's fine. Then we'll leave it be below these prices. If this ends up being a balanced day, then we are long from the bottom of balance. So we can at least get up here and see what happens at 23,800. Yeah. But I don't really change anything expectation wise because I'm always just looking at the profile on the day to determine like what my expectation should be. Yeah, pushing a little bit. I mean, I got a lot of lots here. Okay, so I got stopped out. So again, I had my stop pretty much at break even there. I mean, ES definitely has a better buyer than NQ does at this moment. If it gets above this 755 spot, just trying to watch. We'll try it again. What time we got? We got 10 minutes left in the close here. This spot got worked quite a bit on Friday. The 750 area. ES is holding its RTH open. Forever this time. Yeah, everything was messed up this morning. No jams. The vibes were all off. It's kind of silly how much I really rely on stuff like consistent music, consistent all this stuff. I have so many dumb habits like that. All right, bid's trying to cross here. ES is bounced off that 64. That's cool. There's no longer like 120 lots on the offer stacking up on NQ. It's not moving very fast, so I don't like that, but or maybe that's just my internet connection. I'm gonna have to do a whole triage for my computer after the stream's done. Okay, back to this 765. So right now we're getting back, testing these tiny lows here. So microstructure, this is what I'm looking at. Big offer back on there again. Nasty. Nasty work. But these are our, these are our delta flip signs. So we're going to hold on to it. See if we can get back to RTH open and get one of our lots off there. Change this to 1 so I can get out if I need to. You got to cross, Mr. Bid, if you want to go. ES looking stronger. This is what it's been doing all day. Like ES is making moves, and I'm like, NQ, what are you doing? Why aren't you partying? Do you hate parties? Do you hate fun? There you go. All right. All right. I don't know, Franz. I don't know how far we're gonna ride. But I'll ride with you, bro. I like being long. You know me. You know me. What's up, Dave? My name's Dave, and I like to party. I gotta turn this up there. There we go. Good job, Bean. Good job. Bean is green and happy. That's the way to be, baby. I'll put this up here. Let's see what this continues to do. Maybe it's these settings that are making me lag. Okay. Yuck. Brands, that's exactly how I feel. Here we go, or not. Yeah. Yeah. It could just be a nice little slow bounce day Monday. Not all Mondays are trend days, you know? It's just the most likely for a green trend day is Monday out of all the days. Friday being second most likely. If you guys want to get into stat world with me. I rarely go there, but oh, also I mailed some bread today. First time. So today's the first day of the put a loaf of bread in the mail experiment. So we'll see how it goes. It's got to go all the way to my friend Elias's house. Was last Monday red, Emilio? Yep, see? That's the thing about stats. Looking at both ES and NQ here, ES is at its weekly open. It's G line at the moment. NQ's G line is all the way up at 795. So that's like, it's giving me some inter-indice weakness clues. This was also a metric ton of absorption up here where Leo got in short. Composite trader, is salt risen bread popular where I am? No, I don't know what you mean. So I guess no. No, it's not. I'm gonna. I'm gonna test that again. I don't know how many times I can buy this. Yeah, still trying to hold its open there. The bands are really flat. So I'm keeping that in mind here too. That's also why I don't mind being long inside of this band. Yeah, 3 minutes till the turn here. There's standing a bunch of offer like right there. Be advertising higher. I'm gonna put one more on. So I'm back up to 2 lots here. Trying to see this reaction if the bid can get out of here now. Where did I add there? 55? Okay. Gotta think about that. It's pretty strong. Ugh. I don't know. I don't know. This is just it, folks. I just don't know. You just don't know. You just got to be in a trade sometimes and know when you're right and know where you're wrong. And I'm going to hit the eject button if we dip below this 755 bid that keeps coming in. I'm just watching this bid keep stacking up down here. It's just red team versus blue team right now. Blue team is winning. Yes, still holding that 64. All right, that's what I want to see right here. See these folks coming in? Ugh, nope. Just got pressed through. 45 seconds to the close. I'm gonna get stopped here. Yep, that's fine. I'll just get out. I will just get out. Okay, there's 11:30, 15 seconds. Tap the overnight low again. Now we have something a little better to lean off of there. That's this. Came down and tested this rejection. All right, there's 11:30. Yes, still above its previous day low. Let's see, 735 is also the previous day low. So the IB and previous day low are the same place. Not really the reaction I wanted. Ugh. Really pushing on it now. Someone's doing something down here. Every time we get a little bit out of it, it does get stuffed back down. It's definitely not, like I said, it's not feeling great anymore. We'll see if this blue team here wins or loses. This might be that passive offer following it down, or bid's going to get through it. One of the two. Hanging on a cliff ski right now. You still there, buyer? You still working on something? Yeah, tricky day to get positioned for sure. Yeah, I'm going to come out of it. Just don't like it. It's just too grindy for me to get into it. I'll let it figure out what it's doing. It's obviously not it's not done doing what it's trying to do down here. So let's get a reaction off of it, and then we'll try to get on the right side of the V. Right now we're just making lower lows off this 80 spot. So this feels like I'm trying to catch something stupid down here. Yeah, slow liquidation. That's what I don't like about it. It's moving at snail's pace. Still, I mean, ES at its previous day low here. So is NQ. It's not like there aren't buyers. There hasn't been an extreme move. This was extreme here and then quickly rebounded. So we were able to get on this and make some points. But this is just like grind in your face. Doesn't feel good buying it. But who knows? Could be fine in a second. Just need more info. Yeah, that's the thing, Jacob. I agree. If it moves up, could easily make a lower low. I mean, we've got where's the bottom of that balance area? Bottom of the balance area is 622 at the moment. So, there's plenty of room to retrace if we want to. ES is definitely a lot happier with its previous day low than NQ is. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's okay. I think it's okay to be flat here and just wait. Not often a position I'm interested in taking flat, but you got to do it sometimes. NQ is definitely in its feelings a little bit. I agree with that, Jacob. I agree. You're welcome. You're welcome, Splug. Yeah, they're really pushing it now. I guess ES still has quite a ways to go until it gets to its overnight low. So for it to check its stat, it's got to get all the way to 64.56. Obviously, it can also hit the overnight high, but just trying to see what's the most likely outcome here if it loses its previous day low again. Lots of bid here, 730, but blue team winning. So here's how we talk about that red team, blue team thing all the time, right? Blue team up here. This is market orders crossing the spread into the offer and an offer getting filled, but price not going higher. So this is buyers not being rewarded here at the 780 spot. And then you see price move lower. And then this red is market orders crossing from the offer to the bid side and being rewarded. So this is selling that is being rewarded because we are going lower. Now we got down here at the overnight low, got a little bouncy, but then this passive offer came in right here and is currently following it down. So right now, blue team is winning. So I need some evidence that, this is going to become a little more neutral. And this is nice, but we'll see. I need some evidence that this is going to become a little more neutral for me to want to get back in this long. The offer is the ask side of the spread. So if you are sitting on the offer, you have a resting order to sell. If that helps. Mm, 63. Not a bad short there. Good spot on this continuation. That's also, I mean, we're definitely spending more time down here than I would like, but yeah, it's just this aggressive. This thing. So when you look at this stuff like a down leg that is being rewarded, if you're trying to see when it reverses, So we want to see it get back through like there. It just bid back through all of that selling that was previously rewarded. There we go. ES is happy again. Yeah, this 750. The thing about this is like I'm not too excited because this spot that we're retesting right now, the 755, that held as support like I don't know, all night. You know, it's not quite the overnight low, but like it's pretty close. You can just kind of draw like a little zone right here, 755, 750 spot. Now we're retesting it from the lows. So again, I'm not putting on my party hat just yet. Looks better. ES looks way better than this. So once again, it's doing its thing. Carlos Profit, you're short the high of the year. Is that what Hoy is? Ahoy. Yeah. So on this leg, so you can see what happened. This is up with no pullback. This is down with several pullbacks at the moment. So right now, the whole day is very balanced, but this current leg is making lower lows and lower highs. So I'm still not interested in buying this thing, nor do I want to be short. So, Steve, was that an okay explanation of iceberg orders? I was also trying to trade and talk about that at the same time, which is hard for me to do. Eduardo, which indicator are you looking at, bud? The one on the left? Left of what? I've only got a couple indicators on here. So I use the VWAP band and VWAP itself. I have a bunch of market generated information, otherwise called MGI. And that is, OR mid, RTH open, OR low, IB low, overnight low, those sorts of things. And then this is a delta volume profile. And this is just a normal volume profile over there. Most of these things are Orderflow Labs tools. The volume profile, the VWAP bands are part of the NinjaTrader Orderflow add-on subscription thing. Okay, seller. What do you got? What do you got for us? Do you have what it takes? Do it for Leo. Leo's got a great long cooking right here. Or a great short cooking off that 80 spot. I don't think that I take that trade, but I definitely saw it validated as I was long. And I'm sad that we lost that upper VWAP band, to be honest with you. That's such a nice little cozy feeling. Wake up every day, look at that thing, be like, we're still in. We're still okay up here. Oh, sure. No problem. No problem, Eduardo. Oat Trades, just go to orderflowlabs.com and it's got the breakdown of all the stuff. There's different things you can get into over there. I just advise just going to check out the website. Is there anything else going on today? Is that meeting done? Oh, JM, I see you just mentioned that Trump meeting too. That's done, right? That's not like a multi-day party, right? Okay. Oh, hey, Tracy. Okay. Yeah, we're not really doing anything to get out of here. I need above this. I need above this 755. I need above this spot for higher. There's so much offer stacked up too. There's like 60 lots at 755, 50 lots at 750. So I mean, there's liquidity there if bids want to jump in. Eh? Okay, quite a bit filled at 750 there. Okay. Let's see if we can get through it now. Tony's. Tape's doing okay. Neutral-ish. Oh, Lord, really? That's scary, Tracy. I didn't know that. I hope everybody's okay. Would you guys ever consider benchmarking possible trade strategies from this chat? Do you mean like pulling out the? I'm not sure what you mean. What do you mean avibs? Some of these names are tough. All right, let's get this 55 guy. Come on. If we take this out and then pull back a little bit, I'll get back in right here. I actually do need it's Steve. I actually do need a good show. I have been in a show drought. Also, as I explained to some people over the weekend on Twitter, we've been watching Billions for forever. We've always watched that show. And boy, season 6, yikes. Like I'm in great pain watching season 6. All right, let's see if they got it. Let's see if they got what it takes. Butterfly. Okay, I'll write that down, Mark. The hell's my pen? Oh, here we go. All right, butterfly. Got it. I mean, we watch a lot of TV. Oh man, we watched the Minecraft movie over the weekend. So good. So good. I'll watch Jack Black do anything, but man, I was not expecting to like that movie that much. And it was so fun to it was so fun to watch a Jack Black movie with my kid because I love that dude so much and he's so hilarious. And Jack Black's been around my entire life. He was in a million comedies that I loved as a kid. I also like Tenacious D, of course. Um, and the Pick of Destiny movie, all that stuff. Ah, man, this looks like garbage. But yeah, it was cool to watch my kid laugh at Jack Black and be like, "Oh, you like Jack Black too? This is great." Yes, yep, I saw Animal Kingdom. Yes, I have. That's a kind of an old one. Video Starcade's got it. That Lava Chicken song was so good. Yep. She was singing Lava Chicken all morning. Yes, Nacho Libre, a classic. I love Jack Black in High Fidelity. I don't know if you ever watched that movie, but that's my favorite Jack Black role. I also love that movie. That's one of my favorite movies of all time. Big John Cusack guy. Oh, XY. Hey, good morning, brother. I know, Tracy. I'm into Landman for sure. I'm excited for that. That's going to be awesome. Okay, I got to watch Shogun then. Yes, Bean. I'm a quirky person. This is accurate. Rise of Empires Ottoman. Okay, cool. I'm down. I love history. I will learn about literally anything. I actually learned quite a bit about Tolkien over the weekend that I didn't know. Because I never. Okay, so I love Lord of the Rings, right? I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could imagine that. Um, I'm going to tell this story as I'm watching this stupid Dom. Try to hold this spot. um, so I love Lord of the Rings. I love all things Lord of the Rings. I like the Amazon show. I'm down. I watch all of it, right? But I've never been able to watch the Hobbit movies. I just haven't. I just haven't been able to get into them. But then over the weekend, I was like, I accidentally started the second Hobbit movie, and I realized that just the first one is really, really slow. But then we get into the second Hobbit movie, and all of a sudden, all this stuff's happening that I'm like, wait a minute, none of this was in the Hobbit. And I realized that they have created this whole other story. And yeah, so I got into that, and then I got into like learning about why Tolkien wrote The Hobbit when he did, and how it was like the publisher's idea to make a more broader thing. So he made Lord of the Rings and had to do a bunch of things to struggle to connect the two of them. And so there's a lot of stuff that he intended with The Hobbit solo that he ended up changing. So yeah, so I spent a couple days researching that. Anyways, the point of that story is there is no level to where my nerdery ceases once I get interested in something. So I'll watch this Ottoman Empire thing for sure. Ooh, Elamar Garcia. That is a hot take. That is a very hot take. Holy moly. Well, I was trying to figure out like what is Legolas doing there? Number one. Also, who's that lady? I don't know. That was a little strange. I'm gonna watch him again with an open mind and an open heart. What is this doing? Just pain selling right now in my face. I don't know. This bid is taking forever if it's going to do something. I tell you what. Yeah. I mean, it's actually pretty thick down here. So somebody's doing something. It's just which side's going to initiate, you know? Yeah. I don't know. 100-point range. So we got room on both sides to do something. I guess we've broken the overnight low and we've broken the IB low so far. Do we break the IB in ES? Kind of. Yeah, by a tick. So we got that.
Still,
Hey, Jim, what's up, brother?
dude, I'm in awe, man.
Of what? The Lord of the Rings?
This is a tough market.
Yeah. This thing's annoying. It's not
Boy,
It's not playing nice. It's okay. I just got one on here for this try. If it's gonna bail itself out of this mess, doesn't look like it anymore. Yeah, very hard to read today. I'm probably gonna just shut her down once this stop out happens. See if anything cool lower happens. I don't know.
it's fighting you, man. It's fighting you.
It's fighting itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, it stops not in an awesome place. Back to overnight low. I love this low that ES made. Is the only thing really keeping me happy. The spike below previous day low and quick retrace and hold.
We need some news like right now.
Yes, need some good news.
Oh my God. By the way, you mentioned John Cusack.
Yeah, you like a John Cusack?
So I lived in Evanston, Illinois for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And not only did I rented an apartment, the tenant before me was Joan Cusack
Oh, okay, yeah. Also big fan.
and met her at a party.
This is cool.
We're talking like way back machine.
Not too far back, right? Not too far back, Jim.
Yeah, I was back there, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, High Fidelity always been one of my favorite movies. Like, I feel like it's a really good music movie.
Yeah.
Also really good if you're into records. Yeah.
Yeah.
So lots of
Yeah.
cool nerd things going on there.
I got more news for you.
Okay, what you got?
I didn't talk about this before. I don't know why, but it's pierogi related.
Oh, okay.
So don't cook your pierogies for frozen.
Okay.
So the first batch I did.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me about. Yeah. Okay. Tell me
and
about your pierogi execution.
I boiled them first.
Yep.
And then fried them with garlic, butter, and onions.
Yep. Okay.
Served them up with some sour cream. Well, the problem is when you boil them, when they come frozen in a clump, they break apart. They don't break apart smoothly when you boil them.
Okay.
So the second batch, I let thaw like a normal human being.
Yep.
And then, boom, boiled them just for a very small amount of time. Boom, shot them into the frying pan. It was way better.
Awesome. Dude, I love that. You're getting into the nuances of it. That's so cool. I got some crab soup to make probably tonight, I think.
Yeah.
So that's coming.
All right.
I was eating those wafers and I kind of can't stop eating those. I can't tell if it's a sweet treat or what those things are. What are they called?
I can't remember. Mrs. Keggs grabbed those for me.
Dude, those are I'm like, is this caramel popcorn or is this like a savory cracker. It's nuts.
Yeah.
I was trying to get my wife to figure it out too, and she's like, I don't know. Is this a dessert? This is awesome. But either way, we're both crushing them.
She disappears and comes back with boxes of stuff. So I don't know.
Oh,
Anyway,
man.
good job today. I know
Okay,
that you're
thank
off
you.
this afternoon. I know we have
Yes.
the Big Cat and Nick for take back at the break. Are you going to let this ride, this trade right now?
Yeah. I mean,
Alright.
any lower, yeah, if it wants to get back below the overnight low, that's fine. I'm just gonna hang. This will be my last shot at this today, probably.
Yeah, I gotcha.
It's not doing my Monday stuff that I like at the moment, so.
Yeah, but stick around. If you could stick around, let's just. I want to do a kind of a modified edge report. I want to show you something and get
Oh,
your
sure, please.
opinion on it.
Yeah.
If I can grab the screen, Mission Control, that'd be great. There we go. So this is, shoot. All right, here's the E-mini S&P. And let me squish this up a little bit. Oopsie. I'm sorry. I got to fix
Ooh,
my
look at
screens
that.
here.
Ooh.
Bear with me a minute, everybody. All right, so let me make sure I'm talking. Oh, here we go. Here's the micros.
Mm-hmm.
So the micro E-mini S&P, you have a nice value area, but then you kind of don't have like a smooth transition to prices above value.
Yep.
And then you look over to the wicks, and look where they kept bouncing off of.
Mm-hmm.
64.70, 64.70, 64.70. This is a 10-minute chart. Just time after time after time after time.
Yeah.
So you knew that there was a wall there. You knew something was going on.
Yep.
And, so this ice, just to go a little further into the iceberg order things.
Oh, yeah, please.
Well, so a lot of folks will have, not a lot of folks, a lot of high frequency, a lot of bigger traders. They'll have servers that are sitting right outside the CME Group server,
Mm-hmm.
across the street.
Yep.
And they'll send their limit orders, but they don't go all the way. They go to their servers next door, and their servers are programmed. Boom! When that bid turns to the offer, boom, they go. So it's almost like they're resting.
Mm.
They go. There's just about zero latency between the orders that are sitting there on those servers across the street, and when they hit the box at the glow box, that boom, it's filled. And nobody sees them.
Yep. Yeah, the only way to see that on the DOM is you just see like a weird number appearing with the delta and not a real resting order sitting there. So you see someone is constantly refreshing it, but faster than the eye. That's
Yeah.
cool. I didn't know that. All right, nice.
And that's the thing, and that's why the location of where Globex is.
Mhm.
A lot of folks had, they were buying property across the street for millions of dollars. They were doing
Yeah.
all of this stuff to get that little bit of an edge. And this was back in the day, but I'm sure it's still happening today.
Is it in the Flash Boys book where they talk about like the war to get the fastest Ethernet cable dug through Pennsylvania?
It's the same idea,
Yep.
exact same idea, except you know where CME's Globex is sitting, right? It's not downtown. It was in the suburbs, and
Yeah,
there might be talk about them moving it. They may have already moved it. I don't know.
that's
Anyway,
cool. All
Aurora,
right, Chan.
Illinois, all of a sudden became very popular for real estate within a half-mile radius of that place.
I'm sure that was cool for a bunch of people that had no idea why their property values are going up.
Exactly. So it's an abandoned brownfield. I'm going to sell it for $10 million. Anyway, all good, man.
All right.
That was really it. That's all I wanted to show. We'll see how the rest of the day goes. We're already past our time together. So thank you so much. Appreciate you as usual.
Sure.
We'll be back this afternoon. Me and Shai are going to do a hot commodity report. And then we are going to have the Big Cat and Nick back to trade the close. Looking forward to that. In the meantime, everybody relax. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the thumbs up. Thank you for the subscriptions. Appreciate that, everybody. And we will be back at 2:30 East
Thanks,
Coast time.
chat. See you tomorrow.